Director of the National Security Fund of Uganda. He oversees East Africa's largest financial institution with assets totaling to 4.9 billion US dollars, securing the financial futures of countless individuals across Africa. Our next representative is Dr. Hosea Kiwi, who is the chairman of Park Hunters Club, Kenya. Karibu, Dr. Hosea Kiwi. Please let's clap for him as he approaches the stage. Dr. Hosea Kiwi is an advocate of High Court of Kenya. Dr. Kiwi holds a Master's of Business Administration from the Management College of Southern Africa. He is a fellow of the Institute of Certified Public Secretaries of Kenya, a fellow member of Kenya Institute of Management, and an active member of the Law Society of Kenya. Our next presenter is Mr. Charles Kouassi, who is the Director General of CNPS Côte d'Ivoire. Please let's have a hand clap as we welcome him to the stage. Thank you, sir. Welcome. Our next presenter is Dr. John Mduma, Director General of WCF Tanzania. Dr. Mduma. We have a representative. Please welcome to the stage, please. Mr. Goyai Frank. Stephen Frank. Beg your pardon, yes. His name is Stephen Goyai from WCF. Welcome, sir. Representing the DG of WCF, Dr. John Mduma. The next presenter is Anthony Mwithiga from DTB Kenya. Welcome, Anthony. Welcome to the stage, please. Let's have a hand clap again. Welcome, Karibu. The next one is, hello? Can you hold? Yeah. Our next presenter is Dr. Aselmi from ACISP. Dr. Aselmi. Let's give him a warm clap of. Please welcome. Karibu sana. Welcome to our presentation for the day. Today we will be continuing with our event, which is the 14th Africa Social Protection Policy Makers Conference, and we will be led with our theme, which is the catalyst for infrastructure development and socio-economic growth in Africa. Our presentations, so we will have 15 minutes each for presenting. Yeah. Okay. Our first presenter is Dr. Ayota from NSSF Uganda. Please welcome.
Tim, can we have the presentation on the screens? While we are waiting for the presentation on the screen, Patrick Ayota, the Managing Director in NSSF Uganda, is coming to speak on the benefits of investing in offshore markets for social security funds, experience of NSSF Uganda. And this morning, delegates, we are looking onto countries' experiences. Karibu sana, Mr. Patrick Ayota. You can continue. The slide is already on the screens.
Thank you very much. Like I said, oh, thank you. Which one is this one? The one at the bottom. Yeah. That's it. Nope. Yeah. Good. Thank you. I'm just going to speak briefly about the benefits of investing beyond the national borders. And I know as the Social Security funds, there are times when the natural instinct of our lawmakers, our policymakers, is say you collect this money in my country, you invest it within my country. Don't take it outside the borders. And you know, those are very strong sentiments politically. People think that if I raise the money here, I need to invest it here because that's patriotism. But I'm going to go back to something we shared yesterday. Let's never forget that the reason why we exist as Social Security members of funds is for the member. So you want to do what is foremost, best for that member, and then the rest will follow. So this is basically what we've done. Over the last about 10 years ago, 11 years ago, we got the mandate to go beyond the borders of Uganda. At that point, we got the okay to invest within East Africa. At that point, East Africa were basically 3 countries, which was Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. Eventually, Rwanda came in. Now we have got 8 countries within East Africa. So kind of our investment horizon has expanded beyond Uganda. What is interesting is, as you go to a country to invest, there are certain things that come out. You actually have to look deep into the country, and you make certain conclusions about that country. You get to know that country so well. In fact, you get to know the country better than most of it, sometimes the citizens, because now you're placing your money there. And I'll give you an example why you have. So you get to know the fundamentals of a country. We invested in Kenya, and I'll just now go back and just show you what we have. This is basically, if you look at our assets basically 3 broad classes of assets. We've got fixed income. About 80% of our investments are in fixed income. That's bonds. We've got about 13% in equities. Those are our stocks and shares. Then we've got about 7% in real estate. If you look at where we've placed our money in terms of 72% of our investments, so portfolio, is in Uganda. 21% is in Kenya. About 7% is in Tanzania. About 0.3, 0.5% is in Rwanda. Now, that is critical to know. Now, in Kenya, where we are 21%, we also invested not just in government normal bonds, treasury bonds, but we also invested in infrastructure bonds because Kenya issued a number of amazing high-yielding bonds that we actually invested in too. Now, when we dip down a bit into the corporate, I'm not sure if you can actually see, the fund, NSF right now is around $7 billion fund. We have just about $1.6 billion worth of that money invested in Kenya. We have around $700 million invested in Tanzania. We've got right around $17 million invested in Rwanda. Why is that important? Is sometimes somebody yesterday talked about Africans using data. Because we allow people to interpret data through different people's eyes. Because we're invested in these countries, I can tell you some things about Kenya, some things about Tanzania, something about Rwanda that you may not even figure it out. Let me give you an example. So we have got $1.6 billion in Kenya. Of course, you know, we are very much interested in everything that happens in Kenya, we are monitoring. Is it causing a risk to our portfolio because we are there? About 2 years ago, actually 2022, 2023, many of you know that the Kenya shilling actually depreciated very, very rapidly because of the perception across the globe that Kenya may default on its Eurobond. So with us, we are looking at the depreciation of the Kenya shillings and turning it for us into losses. But we went to a deep dive into Kenya to understand Kenya even better. And we concluded the following, that the fundamentals in Kenya are so strong that whatever it was going through was going to be a very short-term lived thing. So we decided to sit back in Kenya and even pump more money into Kenya. So as the foreigners were fleeing Kenya because of the panic, we're buying it at cheap. We gave ourselves 2 years that Kenya would recover in 2 years, but it recovered in 9 months. Why? Because the fundamentals were very right. And let me do something about the fundamentals in Kenya. Among most, and I'm just going to use one statistic, among most countries in Africa today, they depend a lot on tourism. And tourism means that foreigners are coming into the country. Kenya is very unique. Close to 70% of Kenyan tourism now is domestic. Kenyans visiting Kenya. If you think about that, any event that happens in Kenya will not affect tourism that much because the Kenyans are looking at Kenya through their eyes, and helps to do that. So we look at that and we say, okay, these are some of the fundamentals that are right. We look at Tanzania. One of the most amazing countries in Africa is Tanzania. In fact, we call Tanzania, the day Tanzania wakes up, it will feed Africa. The fundamentals are right. So we invest in it. So maybe over the this last year, we went to Southern Sudan, went to DRC, we visited Burundi to try to check out what are the opportunities in those countries, because it validates some things that we know naturally. And that's where you put your money. You actually begin to fall and become very involved. Recently, last week, you guys may remember there was what they call the Sabasaba, the demonstrations in Kenya. A lot of people were panicking. We're watching 3 stats in Kenya. We're watching the FX, the foreign exchange. We're watching the yield, the bond yield. We're watching the stock market. How are these markets reacting to these perceived activities that are going on? Interestingly enough, for 2 weeks, there was hardly a blip in the market, which means, according, as far as people who had the money were concerned, it was a non-issue for them, and they did not move. And the reason I tell you this is because when you think about some of the things we want to do dynamically across Africa, we begin by looking at each other, investing in each other's countries, and that makes a difference a lot in interpreting that country's fundamentals through the eyes of us as Africans, and not necessarily through the eyes what the IMF says, the World Bank says, because they have the data is limited, we have the experience to go through that. So when you look at the benefits of what we've got by this, they're basically for us for enhanced return, and I'll show what it is, economic cycle leverage, risk management, and foreign currency. And the risks of doing that I'll also share as I come to the end. This is, let me show you this. This is Bloomberg. You can see the darker graph tells you the movement of the stock market over a period of 7 years. The green curve is Kenya Stock Exchange, Arusha Stock Exchange. The red is Uganda. The white is Tanzania. So if I invested only in Uganda, I would face the variations, the fluctuations depicted by the red graph. If I invested only in Kenya, then my stock valuation would be impacted by that green line. And you can see how much it is moving up and down. If I only invested in Tanzania, that is what I would have, the fluctuations, the variations I have. When we join them together, the graph on your left is what our actual yield was, because we had invested in all these 3 markets. So the yield and the variations are more minimal than if I had only invested in Uganda. So the first benefit of cross-border investments is it gives you diversification benefits. And that's an example for us that we have actually had. Now, if you look at what was interesting is, in the pre-COVID era, Kenya was up while Uganda and Tanzania were down. Then during the Kenya debt crisis, Uganda and Kenya were down, but Tanzania was up. And then when the finance bill was introduced into Kenya, Kenya went down, but Tanzania and Uganda was up. And the combination of that allowed us to minimize the variations or the risk that would have as it is. And these are real case studies in terms of how we do things. The other point, what is interesting now, when you look at on the yield, which is the bond, this was even more pronounced. And I'm just looking at 2 markets, Kenya and Uganda. Again, the red line shows the volatility or the risk of the bond market in Uganda. And you can see how much it is varying. The green represents the volatility of the Kenya bond market, the 10-year bond market. So basically, if you only if your portfolio only has got Kenya bonds, that's the volatility you'll see in your portfolio. If you only had Uganda bonds, the red is the volatility you'd see in your portfolio. combine them together as we did, and just look at the graph on your left. That's the volatility we ended because we are now diversified and brought together. So there's more predictability in our earnings that we have because by diversifying, we got the benefits of diversifying that market. Okay, let's see if this can work. Yeah. Now, the other one that we find out, one of the things that we found out very interesting in Uganda, because Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, and Rwanda don't have the same election year, they have different election cycles, and no matter there's an election, there is normally going to be a beep. There is a lot of noise. Let me show you. I'll show you the next day. So this is kind of what we are looking at. Tanzania had the elections. It's coming up. Uganda is coming up in 2026, and there are different years under which. How do you position that and help make a decision? This is an interesting one. Here's basically we have our election cycle in those days. This is Uganda. So you can see, actually, this is Uganda. So you see, during the COVID, basically our bond yield movement went up. Whenever bonds are yield, there's a higher risk into it. It went when the supplementary budget, and then as now, 2026, we're having elections in January. Guess what's happening to our bond yield? They're beginning to go up because people are wondering what are the election things going to happen. If you look at the same thing in Kenya, there is Kenya, which is interesting. You look at when they had the first election before when this was Kenyatta Ruto coming into power, you can see it had spiked up. Then it kind of just patterned and stayed even. When Kenyatta was re-elected, there was not a lot of uncertainty, so the bond market did not act. When now Ruto comes in, and you have the post-Ruto election and the Eurobond, it spikes up. And the point of it is, with us who are locals, we can actually interpret what the election cycle may do in a temporary measure and determine whether or not, how do you want to position yourself, because we know our markets in terms of what they do in that case. Here is an interesting one. When we look at you look at NSSF return on the equities, the benchmark for us is Nairobi Stock Exchange. The light blue graph shows you the return of the Nairobi Stock Exchange by itself. The solid bar shows the return of the NSF portfolio by combining equities in Uganda, in Tanzania, in Kenya. And you can see we are performing much better than the benchmark because we diversified and put all these things in one market. Now, this is an interesting one, foreign exchange cash flow. Somebody yesterday said, and I'm going to give you a reason, guys, why you actually need to explain. Many of you will say, well, wait a minute. Do not use the reason why you're going to invest across the other country that you don't have opportunities in your own country. But that's true. It may be true that you don't have very good bankable financial projects in your country. But that's what the politician will tell you. The politician will say, wait a minute. We have so many problems here. What do you mean that you don't have enough opportunities here? Don't use that excuse. This is what we use for us in Uganda, and I'll tell you something. So look at, these are our foreign exchange inflows. Because we invested in Kenya and Tanzania, this is the flow of the monies into Uganda as foreign exchange. 208 in 2022, look at 2025, $274 million that we've been able to bring into Uganda because we invested in the other markets. Now, finally, these are the things, now we're looking at the political risks. These are the risks you face whenever you do that. Whenever you cross the boundary, these are the risks you'll face. This graph shows the first number one risk, foreign exchange currency risks. We invest, if you go to Kenya, you invest in Kenya shillings. So you have to get Uganda shillings, convert it through the dollar to the Kenya shillings to invest in Kenya shillings. When you go to Tanzania, you invest in Tanzanian shillings. When you get and repatriate your profits, you get it from the Tanzanian shillings and then reconvert it back to the Uganda shillings. And that gives you are basically exposed to foreign currency movements. Except one thing that you look at. These are interesting graphs just for you. Now, the blue line is Rwanda. And what you can see, the Rwanda franc has been depreciating. Look at the Kenyan, which is the Kenyan is the green one. Again, the green, basically the Kenyan one went spiked up. This is the pre-route around 2023. It came down and it has stabilized. Tanzania just kind of stayed a bit. It went deep, came back, and now it's going back. That's the yellow line. But look at the Uganda shilling. If you look at those 5 years, this Bloomberg, it has held its value, which tells you guys if you're ever going to invest in East Africa, actually come and invest, from a foreign exchange, you come and invest in Uganda shillings now, because it holds its value. It has held its value. In fact, it's appreciated against the dollar over the last 5 years, which is very interesting for that matter. So whenever people are telling you that, no, it's too risky to invest in Uganda, I need my investment in Uganda shillings. No, look at the graph. What does the graph tell you? Because whereas we're scared about Kenya when it spiked, Kenya now has stabilized. Look at the line's almost flat over the last, because the Kenya shilling has found its own levels in that case. The rest of the risks you face are political risks, like we talked about, and then regulatory risk, because then you are subject to the regulations of that environment. But those things you can manage as long as you know what they are. So in conclusion, regional investments actually have been a driver for our success. They give you opportunities to diversify your investments, and those are basically some of the things that we say we've received and seen in Uganda. Enhanced return, you can leverage the political cycles, you can manage your risk through diversification, you have foreign currency flows, and you have access to deeper markets. The risks you need to manage basically are your political risks, regulatory risk, but the important thing that we also say that it has been more beneficial to the member of NSSF that we've invested in the region. And why is that important? The proposed infrastructure fund provides an opportunity for us, wherever you are, to give you an opportunity to diversify your portfolio. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just a quick announcement. Some of us have been asking where the gents and the ladies are. If you exit on either of the doors, to your right, this door particularly, to the right are the gents, to the left are the ladies, just outside the doors. This side, to the left are the gents, on to the right are the ladies. Thank you.
Another warm round of applause for Dr. Ayota. Thank you for that Ugandan experience. Thank you, sir. Our next presenter is Dr. Hosea from Kenya, who will give us an experience of Kenya and will speak on the Kenyan Pension Funds Consortium initiatives to aggregate investments for large-scale infrastructure. Dr. Hosea is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. Dr. Kili holds a Master's of Business Administration from the Management College of Southern Africa. Dr. Kili has previously served as a member of International Social Security Association Bureau and a member of the Finance Committee in 2019 to 2022. Dr. Hosea, I welcome you to the podium. And our next presenter after Dr. Hosea, it will be an experience from Côte d'Ivoire.
Thank you very much. Mjambo ndugu zetu wa Tanzania. Asante sana kwa ukarimu wenu. Tunawaenzi sana. Asante. Maybe, Madam, you forgot to say that I was the founder and one of the remaining founder members of ASSA. I take a lot of pride in that, because when we started this movement in Rwanda with Madam Ruth Lumbashe of NSF Kenya and Mr. Kaberi of RSSB, I think previously it was called something else, in Kigali. That was quite a number of years ago. I also happened to be the longest serving chair before I handed over to the current chair. I think I served through the time of COVID. So I don't know whether I did a good job or a bad job, but I know that in Livingstone, before I handed over to our current chair, I proposed that we convert ASSA to ASSA. And that's why we have ASSA here today. In similar sentiments, I have been a champion of this effort of setting up an Africa Infrastructure Fund, or what we are now calling a Pan-African Fund, for developing our continent. I've also been a champion in my own country of aggregating our social security funds. And you can imagine the toughest journey we have is in Kenya, because Kenya is one of the most democratic countries, and you cannot force anybody to do anything. Hakuna kulazimisha, lazima upembeleze. For those who understand Swahili. And we have over 1,000 registered pension schemes in Kenya. Over 1,000. I don't think there's anybody else in Africa who has such a number. So you can imagine the job of me, their leader, trying to aggregate them. It's not a very easy journey. But it is doable. If we can do it in Kenya, I believe you can do it, all of us. I don't know, where do we point this thing? I'm trying to move it. Oh, must have moved here. Okay. Now, we are a group of institutions in which I manage. I'm the group managing director and CEO of what we call CPF Group. But for today, for your understanding, because the member of ASSA is what we're calling County Pension Fund, which is the pension fund for the civil servants working for regional authorities who are 47 in Kenya. We run a defined benefit scheme, but we of course do other things. We are so diversified that we don't look like a similar or any of the funds we have here, because the funds we have here are very clear. You may, under the law you are establishing, you can only do pension and maybe health combined and other additional benefits. But we in Kenya, CPF does more. We are actually so diversified that the only comparator we have in the world is an institution, a pension fund system in Netherlands called ABG. So we do many things, which you can see there, but I will not tell you about that today. In terms of the funds under our administration, because we also manage other public sector pension funds in Kenya, we also manage one of our newest members who has just joined ASSA, which is the Public Service Superannuation Fund for our national government civil servants. So combined assets under our management is over $2.4 billion. I'm having a challenge of moving this thing. Now, of course, you know Kenya much about our athletic prowess, being a leading sports country, with athletics being the most important thing we do. The marathon winners, we normally consider ourselves the great champions of the world in sports, particularly athletics. Now, some of our distinct projects we have done include our expressway, we call it Nairobi Expressway. I think for most of our visitors who have come to Nairobi, Nairobi being a cosmopolitan city, has the normal traffic jams. But we found a solution and managed to do a PPP investment a few years back, and now you can be able to traverse from our airport to the CBD of the country, the city, within less than 20 minutes. So that is the conversation we are talking about. How do we invest in such projects? Sorry? Oh, where is the? Oh, somewhere there. Okay. I need them. Oh, sorry. Yeah. When you look at why are we talking about infrastructure? Yesterday, I think, and I like the conversation we had even previously under our colleague here, Dr. Hanselim. The conversation about infrastructure is the solution for Africa's integration. When our political leaders and policymakers converse and talk about the agreements they sign under the auspices of AU, without actioning the infrastructure element, we are not going to see Pan-Africanism in practice. So that is something we believe we have a role to play, because within our countries, we are the ones who have been given the fiduciary responsibility of aggregating such resources, and we have, therefore, a dual role of investing the funds for the benefit of our members, but at the same time, making sure there's an impact on the same community where our members come from. So we must always maintain a good balance between the interest of our membership and the interest of the country. Okay. Now, so that we understand the context at which I'm speaking about infrastructure development in Kenya and the capacity of our pension funds or our social security funds, that is the growth pattern we have had over the last few years, maybe from 2022. You can see the growth of our assets under management for the whole country. The level we are in is close to 2.2, or actually slightly above now, because now this is almost mid of 2025. We are around 2.3 trillion in Kenya shillings, which is about, I think, $16 billion in terms of combined assets which we manage, which the whole country manages, has. And the conversation includes our insurance company. The life insurance policies also forms an additional 1 trillion Kenya shillings. We also have Islamic finance as part of the conversation. We have quite a big chunk of Islamic finance in the country. And we also have what we call SACCO, or social savings and cooperatives. They also have over 3 trillion in Kenya shillings. So in the conversation we have been having in Kenya, we have been including all these participants, including our banks. Now, I want to share with you that slide. When we realize that we realize that we are so divided, we had to go back to the wisdom of the sages, which says, united we stand, divided we fail. And that's the same conversation I want us to have here in this house. The same conversation, the same wisdom also comes from our Eastern brothers, China, and they say, if you want to go far, go with others. If you want to go fast, you can go alone. But of course, it doesn't guarantee success. Because if you succeed alone and everybody else is failing, you'll be dragged down by the failure of the rest. So that is why we formed what we call Park Hunters Club as an initiative from the association which I am the president in Kenya. And you can see from our logo there that we are actually looking at the behavior of the animal kingdom. The animals are the most perfect example of how people can actually learn and succeed. If you look at the animal kingdom, when they want to bring down a big enemy or a big prey, they will gang up. So I'm actually talking about, can we as African social security funds gang up? Yes, and that's why in Kenya we have ganged up, and we have actually made this club, we call it an investment club, because we do not want to be tied down by regulatory or any sort of challenges at the moment. We want people to feel free that they can come in and go out. And I'm happy that Mr. Anthony Muthika, who is from DDB, was previously and was part of this initiative. So we have therefore put ourselves together under the umbrella by all the sectors. You can see we have the Fund Managers Association. In Kenya, all our funds for pension funds are managed by, are invested by fund managers, professional fund managers. We have also investment banks. We also have the actual banks. We are the custodians of the funds. We also have insurance companies and, of course, the Islamic finance. So one of the challenges is what my other friend here, Mr. Ayota, has talked about. This danger and is an illusion, the perception that investing in guaranteed government assets or paper is safe. That's a very big perception, a very dangerous perception to have. As a result of that, most of our countries' social security funds they don't even think about it. They just put money in government paper and literally go to sleep. And we do the same in Kenya. Literally, the whole country had put their money in government, 70%. And even if you put the money in a bank, maybe as a deposit, the same bank will still put it in government paper. So the whole country is at a risk. Now, that diversification calls for thinking differently. And that is the reason why we are now talking about coming up with different products. Okay? So, by aggregating ourselves, we have been able now to do this thing. And I want to say, you will see from the next, yes. Now, we, as a country, we are, in East Africa, we are supposed to be hosting the next AFCON tournament in 2027. In Kenya, the last major stadium for sports was built 40 years ago, and nobody cared about it so much. Now, when we as East Africa joined together to actually host this particular game, Kenya, we did not have a proper stadium. Now, don't waste a good crisis. Our government in 2022, the one which is in power now, came in and there was no capacity to borrow anymore. Our borrowing had been hit the ceiling. There was no headroom for further taxes on the people to be able to generate funds to put up such structures. That's a crisis. So we shared our discussion with the president when he came to power, and we told him we will form the third leg, the African stool. If all of us know the African stool, that's got 3 legs. So the first leg is taxes. Government relies on taxes. The second leg is loans, both sovereign and domestic, or both foreign and domestic. And the third leg was actually missing, and that was the social security funds. So we have actually nicely now formed a 3-legged African stool as a right, which is now stable. So we came up together, and through one of my subsidiary companies which I ran, we call CPF Capital, we set out to prove to the government that we are now united. And last time, this actually on the, I think it was on the 14th, I don't know, it was on the, actually on the 11th of July, we actually closed a new asset portfolio instrument we call asset backed security, which we are raising money using a securitized bond for the building of that stadium you can see there. It's a large stadium with 60,000 seater capacity, intended for both soccer and the hearts, for social purposes and hearts. You can see, being the first issue we have ever done, it was a challenge to us, but under the Park Hunters Club, we raised enough money and actually had a small oversubscription. So that is what it means to actually do something. Now, what is the next journey? I wanted to say also, as an institution, we were the first in Kenya to issue a sukuk bond, which is an Islamic finance product, and we raised it for the purpose of putting up infrastructure for our military. So we have done that one. It is a tradable security in our stock exchange. We have also one of the first institutions in, I think, in this region to actually convert their real estate, which are income generating, into a REIT. And I would like our colleagues from around here, if you have never done a REIT, converted your real estate properties, can come for some benchmarking to us. And we have actually put all our income generating rental properties into a real estate which is tradable in the market as it is. And you can see when we are launching it there. We have also put up infrastructure for private sector and public sector. That's a school which we have we built for and on behalf and rent it for many years to an international school. We have also done, currently we are finishing a big county headquarters for one of our sponsors on what we call on a rent-to-own arrangement, which is, I think, a similar structure which has been done here in Tanzania. But you can see what it can do when you do this thing on a, so long as it is legally right, and the margins are good enough for the investment and ring-fenced. So the payment is being done at source from the revenues of the county government. We have no risks in terms of payments of for the next 5 years when we finish payment and the takeover by the. Now our current project which we are working on is actually transformative. We are raising funds, $1 billion, for putting up an expressway between our two major cities, Nairobi and Mombasa. We call it Usahihi, and it's going to be a toll road. I'm happy that my brother's chairman here is doing similar thing between Ndola and Lusaka in Zambia. So imagine now when we are going to raise this bond from January, maybe December or January next year, we are definitely going to make it possible for all our brothers in Africa to participate in this one, because this will be a dollar-denominated infrastructure bond, which has got and will be having a credit rating of highest level. It will also have, it's a toll road. It's going to have, it will be indexed on the dollar. At the same time, you don't have to have a foreign currency risk, as my brother was worried about here, Mr. Hayota. So I'm saying the journey has started for all of us. In Kenya, we have already shown that we can do it. Now, the last thing I want to say is that I was appointed as a chairman by our national treasury in Kenya to spearhead how to utilize local financial sector funds in development of the country. And you can see the picture there shows you the Park Hunters Club team handing over the Committee of Experts report to the government. So in other words, our government has already embraced this new way of doing things, and we are expecting to lead the journey on making further developments. We have other projects to do. We have a road from Nairobi to the western parts of Kenya, which we are going to undertake, and we are going to do it as Park Hunters Club. Okay, thank you. Now, one of the models we are going to use is in terms of working as a Parkhanders Club and in our PPP journey with the government, we are going to use what we are calling PPP Implementation Trust Fund. That is a protective structure which is similarly structured like an umbrella pension fund with all the governance in place to protect the assets of the members, but at the same time, make sure that the government, we have only a one-stop arrangement with the government. Any project the government wants to, will have to apply to our trust fund, which we shall be managing for projects to pass the bankability test. And when we have approved it, we shall invest together. In fact, our mantra as Parkhanders Club is selecting, structuring, and investing together. And I think I want to end there. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And I believe in our Pan-African Fund.
Great lessons we are having from the countries. As I was talking to my mentor this morning, he said, the only place you have to live in for the rest of your life is in your body. We all agree, right? And I believe you'll all agree with me that we've been sitting at our places for the longest time. Can I request all of us to please stand? Can you all just please stand? May I request the brass band to come and do a quick show that will make us all move and shake. But as we move and shake, just a quick announcement. So we are distributing the translation devices because the next speaker will be in French. So if you do not understand French, and I'll probably try my French here, you need a device. Okay? So as the brass band will be playing a very active song, I would request all of us to please move from where we are. Look around the room. There's a new face you're seeing today, and go give that person a big high five, okay? High five, okay? Brass band, we all should move, okay? Movement is what creates life. Okay, let's move, let's move. 2-3 minutes, high five, move. Let's move, let's move. Try to move, try to move. You can also come on stage and we dance. You can come to the stage. High five, high five. Walk and give high five. Let's network. Hold on. Brass band. One more chance. Hold on. May I request all the Director Generals from respective countries to please come to the stage. All the Director Generals, please come to the stage. We're going to do this one more time in style. All the DGs, I will call names because I know you all by name and heart now. Please come. Director Generals, heads of government institutions and head of institutions, please come. Number Quarter ASSA, all the DGs come to the stage. Thank you, Chair. SG Kenya. South Africa, please come. Country leads, please come onto the stage. All we just got to do is just move with the trumpet. That is all we're going to do. Please come, SGs, and anyone who wants to join us. We are warming up. It's healthy. Take my word. And Arusha is cold. I was checking the temperature this morning. It was 13. We need to warm up. Okay? Those of you who still want to come onto the stage, please come. Mwenyekiti mama, naomba uje hapa jukwani. WCF mwenyekiti wangu, please come. Okay? All we need to do, this gentleman is going to lead us, and all that we have to do is warm up. Okay? Are we all here? I'm not seeing NSSF, I'm not seeing PSSF, I'm not seeing, well, wakwapi siwaoni. Brass band, twende kazi. Okay, so we do 2 steps to the right and 2 steps to the left. Everybody. 2 steps right, 2 steps left. Left, right. The rest of us, let's clap our hands. Yeah. Thank you. Join us. Join us. Yeah. Yeah. Join us on the stage. Two steps to the left and 2 steps to the right. 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 Thank you. Thank you. Asante. Asante. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. We've warmed up. We are good to go for another round of presentations.
Yes.
And then we shall have the Maasai come to entertain us as we await the ministerial panel. Liz, over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Makan. I think some of us with the left feet, we never wanted to come to the stage, but wow, that was a stretch. Thank you. Our next presenter will be Mr. Stephen Ngoyai from WCF, Tanzania, who will speak on the impact of digitalization and digitization of social security schemes, experience of WCF. I will read your bio just in a minute. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. Mr. Stephen is a self-motivated individual who is result-oriented and able to adapt to new experiences. A seasonal IT professional with over 24 years of experience in the information and communication technology industry, bringing experience across Africa, Europe, and the Middle East, managing and executing major ICT projects across the regions. Mr. Stephen also is a certified director through the Institute of Directors of Tanzania. Mr. Stephen, may I welcome you now to the podium, please, to give us your profound experience of Tanzania. Karibu sana. Our next presenter will also be in French, so I hope everybody has the hearing aid. Once Mr. Kouassi comes to the podium, we will switch to channel 2 for French. Channel 1 for English, please.
Thank you. Wow, actually I never had an opportunity to hear my bio from someone else actually talking about it. It sounds very, very well. Thank you very much, the MC. I think my presentation is going to depart from the previous presentations. I'm sure you've heard about the financial numbers, economics, socio-economic growth and stuff like that. So I think my presentation is going to focus on quite a different perspective, and I think probably it will be the only one focusing on the different items. As the MC has said, I'll be talking about the impact of digitalization and digitization of social security schemes, but the focus will be on the specific on the Tanzanian aspect. Just to start with, before I go into the slides, I wanted to share a bit of an experience in terms of the journey that WCF has actually went through from Tanzania perspective. Some of you probably, you are aware, last week on Friday and Saturday we celebrated our 10-year anniversary. And I'm actually quite honored to see my former DG, Mr. Masam Shomba, whom we started the journey together almost 10 years ago. Thank you very much for being with us. But also, this is not my presentation, it's actually the presentation of my current Director General, Dr. John Mdumo, who was with us yesterday. Today he's not with us, but I'll be doing his presentation on his behalf, and hopefully you'll be able to get what we have prepared from the WS perspective. So basically my presentation is going to cover pretty much 6 items, as you can see from the slides. But due to the limitation of time, I don't think I'll be able to cover all the details that I wanted to share with you today in terms of the experience. So I'll skip some of the slides, but as much as I can, I think I'll try to give you the experience of what we have done. I think if you look at the theme, it's called Social Security Funds, a Catalyst for Infrastructure Development and Socio-Economic Growth in Africa. Now, my fellow presenters have actually talked about the numbers, but how do we actually collect the numbers? Because we need the system. In today's world, without the system and digitalization as well, digitization of the information that we have, I don't think you can see the graph that my previous presenter have actually shown, which can actually help you to get the numbers that you wanted to. So I think this is also very important in terms of what it actually support and enable the business to be able to collect the numbers that they wanted to collect and be able to actually support the infrastructure development as well as the socioeconomic growth as we see there. So now I'm going to focus now specific on the WCF. So basically, I had the you'll see some of the responsibility that we have. They're basically common across. But if you look at the WC perspective, we are only 10 years old since our existence. But I think we've been able to do quite a number of things to enable us to achieve what we wanted to achieve. And I'm sure that the following slide will actually be showing you what we have done. I'll spend a bit of time on this slide because basically it covers now the journey that we started in 2015. As most of you are aware, the fund was established in 2015. Basically, there was nothing. It was only the act that was approved by the Parliament of Tanzania, of United Republic of Tanzania. And I remember the DG, Mr. Masha Mshomba, was with us. And I was lucky enough to be one of the first management staff to actually be part of the journey itself. So basically, we had nothing. There was no system, no computers, no infrastructure, no network, nothing. So basically, we actually started creating the policies, the guidelines, the procedures and stuff like that, not only in the ICT department, but across all the other departments as well. So if you look at it, 2015, we started with the establishment of the fund and the initiation of the system development. Basically, we only focused on one module, that is called the registration module. So you can actually see we started from, the English word is called from the scratch. We had nothing completely within the system, but actually we had that vision that we wanted to achieve what we wanted to achieve. So I remember I took the journey to actually go across other public social security institutions to go and learn what they've done successfully and what they did it not do it successfully, just to understand the challenges and be able to leapfrog on some of the issues that are actually existing. So it was an opportunity for me. It was my first stint in the public sector. I came from the private sector, so I wanted just to learn to see how we can actually be able to deliver the vision that we have within the WCF. And our vision, maybe just for information, is to be the role model for workers' compensation services in Africa. So that's the journey that we started to. So in 2016, we deployed the first infrastructure. And basically, we were running on a single PC, the registration module. So we started to operationalize it. But if you look at it, at that time, it was only focused in the Dar es Salaam. At that time, it was kind of a commercial city. We were not in the dome at that time. So eventually, all the employers, they were required to come to us. So you can imagine the mainland Tanzania, all the employers have to come to WCF to be able to register. So it was quite a massive. I think if you look at the picture down there, that's what we used to have during month end, where you have a big queue of employers coming to register and pay their contribution. But we had that vision and we wanted to actually be able. So we continue building the system, the registration module, and also payment of claims started in 2016. So we had a 1-year gap for us to be able to collect and be able to start the payment of claims. So we started paying, but it was kind of a manual, not manual, actually it was fully manual, where employer had to actually come physically to our office to be able to actually make the payment and be able to register their institution. In 2017, if you look at it, that's why we actually, a span of 1 year, we were able to develop and launch our first online service portal that was only focusing on registration and payment of contribution only. Because we thought the impact it had on employers in terms of them coming to the office and be able to actually make the payment, it was not easy. So doing business was actually being hindered or being challenged in terms of actually making the process becomes easier. So we thought, let's just do it at least for the first time, within a span of 2 years to be able to launch the first online service where it was focusing on the registration as well as payment of contribution. Also, one thing that happened in 2017 is that the Tanzanian parliament passed a bill where all public entities, whenever they receive payment that is coming to the government, they have to issue with a control number. It's called Government Electronic Payment Gateway. In 2018, we actually did a major enhancement of the employer's online self-service portal, where now employers were able to actually be able to pay without coming to the fund and be able to make their payment easier. So instead of them coming over, they were able to sit back in their offices and be able to make the payment as they were required. But also, we allowed them to make assessment of the employees, because one of the requirements of the fund to make a payment for contribution means you need to assess the payroll of your employees. So initially, they had to do it manually and bring it to the WCF, but actually enable them to be able to do it by themselves. But also, there was another issue of receipt. Initially, we used to issue government receipt, which were manual receipts that were issued by paper. So eventually, we went ahead and issued what we had called electronic receipt. In 2019, we also did a major milestone where we actually developed an online notification system, because part of the function of the fund is to be able to receive notification from clients. So this platform was actually issued on the 2019, where now employers were able to actually send their claims or notification to the fund without actually visiting the fund physically. So this was actually a major milestone in terms of what is required from the employers. In 2020, we did what we call ability for employers to be able to submit a return of earnings. So this is also another major milestone that happened in 2020, of which really supported the business to be able to do business much better. Now in 2021 to 2025, which is this currently, there was a number of issues that were actually done. This include payment by instrument on contribution arrears, online employees claims review, because our process required that whenever you're not satisfied with the first claim that you submitted to the fund, you can actually send for review to the Director General. So this was also done manually by the employers. Now we enable them to be able to do it through the platform. Another major milestone that really happened on that particular time, within the span of 5 years, we did, of which I think was actually launched last week during the commemoration of 10 years anniversary, was the pension verification app, which now, because we have a number of pensioners that are sitting across the mainland Tanzania, so we required to actually go and verify them. So we have the app that actually support that and be able to allow them to be able to be verified easily by the employees of the fund. Another major milestone that really happened was the employees portal. Basically, this was also launched last week. It was operational for soft launch for 3 months, but now it actually enables employees to be able now to actually go into the fund and see the transaction, the contribution that are made by the employers. Now, this allows us to be able to actually be more transparent in terms of the contribution that is received from the employers, but not only that, means that they can actually question whether the contribution that are being received by the fund, they're actually their pure salary that they're actually supposed to be getting. So basically, if you look at this journey, this slide, it gives you the journey that took us within the 10 years of the WCF existence to date of what we have done. And I think the other slides will actually tell you more in terms of the product that we have and what they can actually do to improve the business operating environment, but also support the beneficiaries who are the employees of the different institutions, public as well as private sectors. With respect to WCF, we have what we call the digital systems and infrastructure. So basically within the fund actually focuses in the provision of services through the members and the stakeholders through a number of modules that we've actually developed. And the good thing about it is that most of these modules have been developed internally. When I say internal, I mean we actually use the internal resources, the staff within the fund, to be able to develop. Now, this gave us an edge in terms of actually owning the system itself. I think the previous experience, if you talk about it, is that most of the other systems that we used earlier on, we used to buy them off-shelf. When I say off-shelf, it means actually go into Microsoft or to Oracle, you buy them. So eventually the source code, the changes and everything, it means you have to actually go back and ask them for a change. But if you do it internally, it means it gives you an opportunity and the flexibility for you to be able to make changes as soon as you want. So actually, the core fund management system, we call it MARC, you can see, I think the slide there, is basically internally developed fully, and the fund owns the source code that I used to build that platform. The modules that I've developed, I think in my previous slide, I only showed the registration mode, but there are actually quite a number of them that they're actually running as we speak. We have the registration and payment of contributions. We have the payment of benefit, assessment services, because we have medical reports that are coming from people who are injured or actually have disease that are work-related. It means we do assessment, but also the payment of compensation itself, but also we also do what is called workplace risk assessment. So all these platforms within the platform itself that we have that support the fund to be able to deliver its mandate. In terms of ICT automation, I think my former DG yesterday spoke about NSSF, where they have actually reached, I remember, 94%. As we speak today, and that is actually the summary that was done in August last year, we were sitting at around 96.5% automation of business process fully within the fund. So basically the fund's operational is end-to-end without manual processing. We have some few items where we need to actually work on, but as we speak today, we're actually sitting at around 96.5% automation of the business process. Okay, I think I'll go quickly now because I need to So basically, this is actually show you some of the bouquet of services that we have within the fund. It gives you the ECT service catalog we have, the online services, the interface that we have, because we don't work in silos. Basically, we work with other stakeholders, the government, the private sector. Consider WCF is actually covering both. We work with both private and public sector, so we have that coverage. So we have the interface between that, and then you see the core system that we have, which is Mark system. We have a one-stop call center. Basically, this is an online service. It gives you the whole bouquet of services that we offer as a fund, from the registration, collection of contributions, claims, and the rest of the other services that we offer as a fund. This is actually give you a nutshell in terms of how our systems are interrelated. And this not only speaks internally, but it also goes across to other stakeholders that we work with, whether it's a government or a private sector, a medical service center. It actually has that opportunity. So you basically have one-stop center where you can actually go and be able to get all the services that WCF can offer. I think this one is just talking about the governance, which I don't touch much because we don't have enough time. I would rather go straight into the impact that we have. I think if you talk about the online services, this is on employers' self-service portal, basically. Significantly, it has reduced the cost of doing business in Tanzania, because initially they had to actually do everything physically between us. Now, with their computers, internet at home or at their offices, they will be able to actually perform all those functions. This one, I think, is the latest one. This is for the employees or service portal, where they can actually now be able to traverse through the fund system and be able to see the information as soon as they want to do so. We also have a mobile app that was also launched last week. You can actually go Google. It's called WCA from Kononi. Basically, it gives you the opportunity to actually do all the transaction. Our focus for now is for the employees, but we plan also to launch it for the employers as well. Basically, we also, as I said, because we deal with worker injured or employees who have contracted occupational disease, so we have a medical service portal, as well as an integration with all the service providers in Tanzania. We have a contract with them where they can actually be able now either to come through the web service portal or to be able to integrate directly with us. So this gives us an opportunity to be able to work seamlessly with our service providers. Okay. Quickly, I think this is, we talk about the event, and I think the previous one is more important. This one is also the pensioner verification app, where it does actually image verification. So we can actually go take a picture of you, and then the next time we just take a picture of it, and then it actually does the comparison. There's a bit of an AI in between that particular place. Just to go quickly, I think there's a seamless contribution of payment. As I said, we have multiple channels that you can actually do the payment. If you have that not smartwatch, it means you can use a USSD, but you can also do WhatsApp payment of contributions, but also the other channel, as you can see from there, the push messages. I think I don't touch, this is basically providing the assurance in terms when there's a disaster. How do we do it? We do a real-time replication of our services. So whenever the production side goes down, it means we're able to immediately recover through our disaster recovery side. Maybe just quickly to go on the end, I think this is some of our achievement that we have done as a fund. In 2025, this year, we were the second award winner for e-government authority in terms of bigger compliance when it comes to standard guidelines among government institutions. There are about 500 of them, so you can imagine. And also we were the third winner award in public sector in Tehama Awards, but also in 2023, we got a recognition from ASSA in the AICC Good Practice Award. I think upcoming project, we have a few, but this is just in a nutshell. We have the engineering of our business process, where we want to actually improve what we do, but also we're going to co-locate our data center to be able to create more efficiency and focus on business. And eventually, data warehouse and artificial intelligence is the way to go. Thank you very much. I would like to submit.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stephen. I think we've all listened to the digital messages from Tanzania. And the digital era is now, ladies and gentlemen, so we have to embrace it. We have to embrace it. We've heard the impacts, and it's massive. Thank you so much for that. A very warm round of applause, please, to Mr. Stephen again. Our next presenter will be Mr. Charles Kouassi. Mr. Charles will present in French, please. So I hope everybody has a hearing device. Please put them on, switch them on to channel 1 for English. Mr. Charles Kouassi will present on attainable infrastructure funding in Africa, experiences of West African countries. Mr. Kouassi is an emblematic figure in social security management in Côte d'Ivoire, currently the Director General of the Social Security Institution, IPS, CNPS. He has an impressive career marked by remarkable performance and innovative vision. Graduating with a degree in economics in 1986, he joined the Ivorian Center for Social Security Executive Training, CI40 CSS. Mr. Kouassi, he is committed in leadership and has earned himself numerous accolades, including a visionary Dr. Dennis Kouassi transformed CNPS into a leading player in the social welfare and investment sector in Côte d'Ivoire. His innovative initiatives and proactive management have positioned the institution as a model to follow in Africa and beyond. So may I welcome Mr. Charles Kouassi to the podium, please, for your presentation on West Africa experiences. Welcome.
So if we have French speakers, you do not need a device. If you're a French speaker, you do not need a device because Mr. Kouassi will be speaking in French. So may I request, if you are a French speaker, to please share your device with your neighbor. Thank you. We still have a couple who have not received. Those who do not have the device yet, 1, 2, 3, about 5 hands. Oh, that side, quite a lot. Okay. We need to pray so that you can hear. As he speaks in French, your spirit translates directly to your heart.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis désolé d'obliger tout le monde à prendre le casque, excusez-moi. Mais c'est aussi le signe que dans le cadre des investissements et du financement, le développement de nos pays, l'Afrique anglophone et l'Afrique francophone se rapprochent. Je crois que je suis le premier interlocuteur dans le cadre de l'ASSA. Et à ce titre, je voudrais remercier le président de l'ASSA, le secrétaire général, pour notre adhésion à cette institution. C'est une fierté pour nous. Mais en même temps, je peux vous dire qu'il y a 15 ans, je n'aurais pas pu être là. Parce qu'il y a 15 ans, l'organisme que je dirige était déficitaire. Pourquoi elle était déficitaire? Parce que son modèle économique qui a été tiré du système de retraite en France, on ne peut pas dire système de retraite français, n'était pas adapté. Et donc, nous avons voulu, toujours en restant dans le système de répartition, qu'on appelle aussi système de solidarité, nous avons voulu que ce soit une structure qui ait des réserves et qui puisse investir ces réserves pour créer de la richesse. On vient d'écouter l'intervention sur le numérique. Vous savez qu'avec le développement du numérique, il y a pas mal d'emplois qui vont disparaître. Et donc, quand les emplois disparaissent, c'est des travailleurs qu'on n'aura pas pour cotiser. Et donc, les cotisations que nous prenons pour financer nos structures, il faut se dire que quand on se projette sur le long terme, ces cotisations vont s'amenuiser, que ce soit dans les systèmes de solidarité ou bien dans les systèmes de capitalisation. Alors nous avons effectivement gardé le système de solidarité, mais nous avons fait en sorte qu'il puisse avoir des excédents. Et au niveau des chiffres que je peux donner, Voilà. Au niveau des chiffres que je peux donner, c'est qu'avant la réforme, on a fait cette réforme en 2012. Avant cette réforme, notre structure était très déficitaire. De 2005 à 2011, notre structure a accumulé 300 millions de dollars de déficit cumulé. Et lorsque nous avons fait cette réforme, dès l'année 2012, on a renoué avec les excédents. La première année, qui était en 2012, nous avons fait 13 millions de dollars d'excédent, alors que juste avant, en 2011, nous avions fait 50 millions de dollars de déficit. Donc on est passé de 50 millions de dollars de déficit en 2011 à 13 millions d'excédents en 2012. Alors les excédents ont augmenté, comme vous le voyez sur le graphique, ont augmenté pour atteindre 366 millions de dollars en 2024. Donc nous sommes passés de 13 millions de dollars en 2012 à 366 millions de dollars de bénéfices en 2024. Ça, c'est le premier impact de la réforme. Le deuxième impact de la réforme, le deuxième graphique que je vais vous montrer pour illustrer, c'est le total bilan de l'entreprise. Et ce total bilan est passé de 326 millions de dollars en 2012 à 2,8 milliards de dollars en 2024, soit un bilan qui a été multiplié par 9. Autre chiffre que pour illustrer, c'est le portefeuille monétaire et financier, c'est-à-dire tout ce qui est en actions, obligations que nous avons investi. Nous sommes passés de 43 millions de dollars en 2012 à 1,9 milliard de dollars, pratiquement 2 milliards de dollars en 2024. Et quand on prend le portefeuille global, c'est-à-dire qu'on rajoute aux actions, aux obligations, et aux dépôts dans les banques, quand on ajoute l'immobilier et le foncier, ben, nous sommes passés de 157 millions de dollars en 2012 à 2,4 milliards de dollars en 2024. Alors, concernant les produits financiers, puisque quand on investit, c'est bien pour avoir des produits financiers. Et comme je vous l'ai dit, nous voulons que les produits financiers deviennent une autre source de financement pour venir consolider les cotisations. Parce que de toute façon, avec le temps, je vous ai dit, les cotisations vont s'amenuiser. Donc, les systèmes qui ne vont pas trouver des ressources alternatives vont être en grosse difficulté. Donc, pour les produits financiers, nous sommes passés de 1,6 million de dollars en 2012 à 92 millions de dollars en 2024. Voilà, ici, les produits financiers sont passés de 1,6 million de dollars en 2012 à 92 millions de dollars en 2024. Et ce qui est intéressant, c'est que ces produits financiers couvrent 182% des charges du personnel. Ça veut dire que les charges du personnel ne sont pas financées avec les cotisations. Ça le couvre largement. Et quand on prend même l'ensemble des charges de fonctionnement, les produits financiers couvrent 72% des charges de fonctionnement. Actuellement, ces produits financiers couvrent 25% de l'ensemble des prestations que nous payons. Notre objectif, c'est qu'en 2030, les produits financiers puissent couvrir 50% des prestations et avant 2050, nos études actuarielles nous projettent entre 2040 et 2050 pour que les produits financiers couvrent totalement les prestations. Alors, qu'est-ce qui va se passer? Quand vous avez un système où, grâce à vos investissements, grâce à vos placements, grâce à vos produits financiers, vous financez les prestations, ça veut dire que l'ensemble des cotisations que vous recueillez, vous l'injectez directement dans le système sous forme de placement financier, sous forme d'investissement. Et nous sommes tous d'accord ici que l'Afrique a besoin de financement pour son développement. Et nous sommes aussi d'accord que les fonds de pension ont un rôle très important à jouer. Mais ces fonds de pension ne peuvent pas jouer ce rôle-là si elles doivent compter uniquement sur les cotisations pour payer les prestations. Et donc, quand nous nous projetons d'ici une vingtaine d'années, nous serons dans l'hypothèse où nos cotisations vont représenter à peu près 2 milliards de dollars et ces 2 milliards de dollars seront directement injectés dans le financement de l'économie puisque nous finançons les prestations à partir des produits de placement. Et pourquoi je suis heureux d'être ici avec l'ASSA, c'est que nous pensons que nos pays africains sont des petits pays et qu'on ne peut pas développer l'Afrique si on ne travaille pas ensemble. On ne peut pas développer l'Afrique si on n'a pas de cofinancement entre plusieurs pays, soit pour l'énergie, soit pour le transport. Pour venir en Tanzanie, pour voyager un peu confortablement, j'ai dû prendre un vol de mon pays pour aller en France et de là-bas venir au Kenya et du Kenya venir en Tanzanie. Vous voyez que déjà même le déplacement des personnes pose problème. Il faudrait qu'on ait des compagnies puissantes, il faudrait qu'on ait des chemins de fer qui permettent de relier les pays. Parce qu'on ne peut pas faire du développement sans qu'il y ait une circulation facile des hommes. Alors, nous avons d'autres projets, puisque je vous ai dit que les fonds de pension ont un rôle important dans la collecte de l'épargne. Et grâce à cela, en plus de notre régime de répartition, nous sommes en train de mettre en place un régime de capitalisation pour pouvoir collecter encore des fonds très importants. Nous sommes en train de mettre en place un autre fonds pour le logement qu'on appellera retraite-logement. Ce fonds permettra à tout travailleur de finir sa carrière en étant propriétaire de son logement. Nous avons aussi un projet de chômage, assurance chômage, pour éviter les périodes de difficulté quand il y a des crises économiques. Alors voilà un peu ce que je voudrais présenter à cette auguste assemblée. Et je me prêterai volontiers à vos questions. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Complémentaire de toute présentation. Merci beaucoup. Ladies and gentlemen, dear distinguished guests, we will continue with two more presentations from our distinguished presenters, still giving us experiences on their countries. So the next one, we will have Anthony Mwifiga, who will give us the Kenyan experience. Welcome, Mr. Anthony. Mr. Anthony has requested me to read his profile. Anthony Mwifiga is an investment management professional with over 25 years in managing investment portfolios of pension schemes, insurances companies, sovereign wealth funds, and mutual funds across East Africa and Central Africa. He is currently working for Trade and Development Bank Group, TDB. He is immediate former chairman of Kenyan's Fund Managers Association. Welcome, Mr. Anthony.
Thank you.
Can we have the slide?
Please let us have the presentation of Mr. Anthony. Our next speaker will also be Dr. Aselemi from ACSP, SCISP. Yes, thank you so much. Is the presentation on? As we are setting up the presentation for Mr. Anthony, please, may I welcome Dr. Aselemi to the podium, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start my session by thanking the Almighty God who has brought here today. I want to thank the organizers who thought I should speak briefly to you in these 15 minutes. The previous speakers who have touched on very important points, simplifying my submission very much. The MCs for managing our time, keeping us active. The brass band for entertaining us. And you, the delegates, for following up in these discussions very diligently. You all look very sharp and very smart. Can you please clap for yourselves? Now, my task this morning is to answer 2 questions and pray for you. Mine was supposed to be the last, but because of situations, I'm supposed to pray for you in the between. 2 questions as to why now we as Africans have to come together. God's time is the best time. Why should we unite? We have heard the stories of each country, each nation doing great jobs. We have heard about regional blocks doing great jobs. But we have moved fast. We need to go far. And to go far, we must unite. There is no any other way out. And my final responsibility is to incite you, to challenge you to think differently. Because the challenge that we have in our hands to address the infrastructure financing gap require a different way of doing things. We need to think innovatively, strategically, and purposefully as Pan-Africans and not as nationals. The job which was started by our forefathers in 1963, establishing the AU, and here my hats off to the founders of the ASSA, Mr. Chairman Muyangwa, Dr. Kili, and the others, continues today. It is being rejuvenated for the pension so that we can continue to make reality what our forefathers started. So, the state of infrastructure in the financing in the continent, and why is it a catalyst? Just to emphasize some of the issues. Whenever we talk about infrastructure, always we focus on the hard infrastructure. We only focus on the transport, energy, water, ICT. It is important as a continent to put our eyes on the soft infrastructures which are critical for transformation of our continent including, for example, financial infrastructure, such as this pension investment infrastructure financing SPV that we are trying to build. The financing gap, we have heard the statistics, that it is between 68 billion to 107 billion. The key message is this financing gap is costing us as a continent 2% of our GDP annually, which is about 70 billion US dollars annually. The second part is we need to relate the real value that the infrastructure financing will bring to the economy, which directly affect the health and the strength of our pension systems. For example, a study that has been done in 2023 by the World Bank, reviewing 300 studies done previously, indicate that internet access, if we increase fast internet access in the continent, employment probability increases to up to 13%. Employment. So if 13% more people employed, that is 13% more members to your pension funds, right? So direct revenue. And that is not related to the direct cash that you get from that project which you invested. But we never count this when we talk of the return on investment from these projects. We kind of forget. Mobile telephone. 10% increase in mobile penetration in sub-Saharan Africa will increase 1.2% of our GDP. Rural electrification. Yesterday, Teach from AU was mentioning about the electrification project that the AU has. When we electrify the rural, there will be an 18% increase in agriculture income and output. Agriculture in most of our economies contribute about 30% to 40% of our GDPs. In some countries up to 60%. Now imagine the increase of 18%, its impact on the incomes of the people and the ability to contribute either to the mandatory schemes, joining the mandatory so they can become formalized, or the involuntary scheme because they have the money. The infrastructure. If we increase the rural roads, the welfare of household, for example, in Ethiopia, consumption will increase by 28% and the agriculture income will increase by 13%, reducing the diversion of the prices by 16%, reducing poverty incidence by 14% in vulnerable drought areas. Now, the key message is when we are looking at the return on investment as pensions, we should not only look at the direct benefit that, the direct cash returns that the funds get. Now, here are the root causes for this financing gap as it exists today. There have been mentioned several here, right? Several have been mentioned. You know, the size of these projects, at times at the domestic level, is difficult to syndicate the funds that are required. The risks, such as was mentioned by Mr. Ayota of foreign exchange, currency volatility, the quality of the projects, the bankability of the project. Now, my message on this is the fact that there are already solutions to these challenges in the continent. Now, the pension, why do we, as pensions, why are we responsible for investing in infrastructure? Why is it our responsibility? We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, but we are borrowing it from our children. The life and the conditions that we have today, the freedom of our nations that we have today is because our forefathers worked on the political independence. Our children and grandchildren may benefit from the decisions that we make in this room today and the actions which will follow, or they will suffer the consequences. I had a brief chat with a friend, Michel Mich from Italy, and he was telling me how their pension funds are struggling today because they miss the window of the population dividend of their countries. Now you have a huge old age population, high dependence ratios, and the fund cannot sustain payment of the benefits. So this deficit of about 70 billion, say, to 110 billion, when you look at our pension funds landscape in the continent, you are looking at total assets of between 400 to 500 billion US dollars we have had. Our funds are also growing across the continent on average between 8 to 10%. And as Dr. Kili put it very well, 70% across the continent of these funds are into the lazy capital, as we refer to it, right? Constrained in the risk-free, what we call the risk-free, but it's called lazy capital. So across the financial sector, we have about 4 trillion within the continent. Now, 4 trillion in the whole financial sector. So we are able, there is the resources within. Why we are not addressing currently this financing? Some of the reasons which are mentioned are the regulatory constraints which put conservative limits on where you allocate your resources, the expertise on the infrastructure investment, structuring of the bonds, assessing, designing vehicles that could finance and protect your assets, but the risk perception, which I was trying to rebut yesterday. So someone say, most of in the continent we don't create data. It's not true. We have a lot of institutions who are working on research, producing the data, but also this development institution like World Bank, we have a lot of our African brothers working there, and they are very patriotic, and they are very well learned. Some are professors, some are doctors, and etc. And at times they come back to work in our countries. So we cannot easily say this data is not true. And as experts, we have the responsibility to question the data that we are given. This is why we have data triangulation. So look at the second 3, 4 sources and say, does it really present the true picture? As Mr. Ayota was telling the case of why they're investing in Tanzania and Kenya, right? So the pensions, pension funds are ideal to invest in infrastructure because of these 3 reasons. Number 1 is the match of the time horizons, the long-term liabilities, and the long-term assets nature of the infrastructure. Number 2, protection from the inflation, because the returns are linked on that infrastructure revenues. And number 3, which is the most important, is the double dividend. You get the returns, but you support development, which again benefit your members and bring to you new members, right? So why is it so difficult to make this decision to cover this infrastructure financing gap? So traditionally, you have been doing some investment in either PPPs frameworks, as we have had here, blended financing with development partners and etc. But to address this deficit, we must address the challenges which we have mentioned and have been touched by different speakers. The key message is there are already initiatives from the global level to the African level which are solving these problems. For example, if we look at the problem of currency, for example, you have the International Development Association with the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, which provide guarantee on first loss risk and participation on the first loss and risk participation, and the local currency facility, which provide financing in local currency and act as a risk transfer vehicle, protecting you against the financial, currency risk that you may face. From the World Bank, the Global Infrastructure Facility, providing the technical capacity, the AFDB providing the technical capacity of developing bankable projects, providing risk mitigation vehicles which protect the investment and therefore addressing the challenges. So to be able to address the deficit, this 60 billion that we are, 68 billion to 108 billion USD that we are looking for, we must think differently. Pension funds have to think differently and act differently. How? Number 1, what I'm proposing, some of the innovative approaches that we could use to be able to invest in the pension funds include having an African Infrastructure Index, SPVs, including the one that we are designing currently. But this should not be the only one. We have heard what the AU is doing, having a similar structure for energy, and we can design many more which are protected. Number two, using the capital markets in the continent to convert those who are challenged with the short-term liability, being on the life side or being on the medical side. The insurance-linked securities securitizes risks of different nature and convert their timelines. So it could be syndicated for 5 years, could be 10 years, could be 25 years. These products are there in other markets. We should design and use our capital market, which across the continent is valued at about $2 trillion US. Someone say there is no liquidity in our capital market. It's not true. We have had evidences from presentations today. But the reports show you have 50%, about 50% of our capital markets very active on the debt side. The equity side, yes, is not that active. There is where you come in. So we are able, the structures are there. We need just to put our foot there. Public-private infrastructure trusts, as the one that was mentioned by Dr. Keeley, but we need one for the continent. This national segregated, individualized initiative make it difficult for us to address the problem in its holistic nature. And my final proposition is having a Pan-African pension infrastructure exchange, a digital platform that can provide details of all this investment. As you're sitting on your office, you get on your computer a platform where you can assess the projects that are available, you can conduct a due diligence online, you can invest online, and then you can get your returns while you're still sitting on your office. Now, my call to action is built on the fact that Africa is ready today. As I said, the ghost time is the best time. We have spent 62 years not being able to address our infrastructure challenge. But why am I saying it's the ghost time? In June this year, the Africa Insurance Organization met in Addis Ababa, about 2,000 members from across the continent, discussing the same topic. How can insurance companies in the continent and insurance companies address the infrastructure financing gap? And I was speaker on that topic. So you see, this is God's time. All of us in the continent, differently, we are thinking about solving similar problems. So Africa is ready. What should ASSA do? You as members and the Secretariat, champion the frameworks, advocate for pension infrastructure policies. As it exists, on this investment that you are mentioning that you have done on infrastructure is estimated by the International Organization of Pension Supervisors to be between 1 to 5% only. 1 to 5% only. And it could be less than that, right? So still there is a job that needs to be done. We need to change the cap that exists. We need to change the credit rating regime that exists so that we can invest in our projects. We need to look at ESG requirements differently. In the insurance, we have started an initiative called ESG Africa Taxonomy. We want to interpret ESG standard as where Africa is today in terms of economic development, so that when we apply it to our funds where we want to invest, we should not be told, don't invest in coal. Our economy needs coal today. Don't invest in crude oil that is coming from Uganda all the way to Tanzania. This is where our economy is today. So we have to interpret these standards according to our context and change the policies that exist. We need to build capacity. We need to train. Mr. Masha mentioned this the other time in the session. We must build capacity of our regulators. We must train them. We must help them understand the complexities and why is it important to change. We cannot continue to rely on the Moody's rating and standards to tell us where we should invest and why we should not invest. They are telling us that, anyway, I will continue. I'll leave it for another time. We need to have task forces who are given the responsibility to take us from where we are to the new land that we are supposed to go to. We need to have a continental compact, a joint vision, a joint strategy of all of us as Africans to unify our investment our investment principles and adopt it. And I am willing to support all these efforts at pro bono sometimes. The opportunity is massive. Africa has the lowest default rate on infrastructure debt across in the world. Has the lowest. Our GDP is growing at a beautiful level, and the private sector level in share in infrastructure financing has been growing significantly, giving confidence that we can do it. So while we may be told that, you know, there is risk, there is credit distress, the data is telling us a different story. This study by Moody's on the default rates puts Africa default rate of infrastructure and other project lowest in the world. Yet someone yesterday said, when we go to the market, the debt becomes very costly, right? Why? It's not by accident, right? It's their money. They have to detect the terms. We have our money now. Let's use our money and detect our own terms. We have a window that we must work on it. It is a responsibility that has been given to us by divine. We are in this time not by accident. This is a divine provision why we have this responsibility now that we have globally the youngest median population, a working age population which is growing faster than anywhere else. So we have to mobilize now in this window, this long-term domestic capital, so that we can finance our development before the aging sets in and the situations become difficult. What should be done? What are the next steps from now? Number one, we need to have regulatory reforms which provide for high alternative asset thresholds. We need to have infrastructure investment guidelines which, for example, define what is an infrastructure. Include both hard and soft infrastructures and guide how we assess and qualify and quantify the infrastructure. We need to harmonize the regulations. We have done a great job in our regional blocks. Now we need to take this job from our regional blocks to the continental level, and we need to have sovereign guarantees to reduce the exposures. Here from this meeting, I propose 4 steps to unlock this potential. Number one, to work on a political commitment that 15% of pensions resources will be allocated to African infrastructure. 15%. This will be adequate to cover all the deficit that we have on infrastructure financing across the continent. Number two, to work on harmonizing pension regulatory framework. Now, this takes long, but we can convince our regulators in the interim to have MOUs while we are building a holistic framework. Number three, to design a vehicle that will synergize this pension investment. And number four, have a continental strategic coordination. Everyone is doing their own great things, that's fine. But now it's time we coordinate all these efforts, and ASSA is best placed to do this job. So if into the infrastructure financing, number one, we have addressed the gap. Number two, by 2030, we'll get to about 100 billion deployed on the infrastructure financing. And 2035, we'll be saying goodbye infrastructure financing gap. The promise and the potential is very visible, is very clear from our economy to the private sector, to the default rate being very low. But most important, the opportunity for the growth of pensions when working together as Africans provide a $3 trillion difference come 2072. Now, let me break it down a little bit. The projections we have done, by 2072, the value of the pension funds in the continent will be about 5 trillion, 5-point-something trillion. But if we work in the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, that value will increase to $8 trillion US. 3 trillion difference. That is what we are owed to the next generation. The difference of not working together will be $3 trillion for that generation when that time comes. And then they'll be asking themselves, why did these guys not make that decision? They will have these presentations, of course. It's not very long. And they will ask why we did not do our responsibility. So as I mentioned in the beginning, this job that we are doing today started with our forefathers more than 60 years ago, when Mwalimu Nyerere, the founding father of this nation, said unity will not make us rich, but it will make it difficult for Africa and the African people to be disregarded and humiliated, like when we go to beg for this money for the investment. Dr. Kwame said, it is clear that we must find an Africa solution to our problems 60 years ago, and that this can only be found in African unity. Divided we are weak, united Africa could become one of the greatest forces for the good in the world. There is also an African proverb from West Africa, which says, when spiders unite, their cobwebs can tie down a lion. So individually, we could be small. But when we join our forces, the lion being it the deficit or the difficult external market, we will be able to address it. So please allow me to pray for you so that as you are embarking on this task that is given to you for the next generation, there may be divine intervention that can give you strength to deliver for not our nations today, but for the generation of tomorrow. Let's close our hands, please. Our eyes, please. Heavenly God, most merciful and wise, we come before you today as leaders, guardians, and trustees of the future of Africa. You have entrusted us with the wealth of generations, the pensions of workers who have labored in faith, believing that tomorrow will be secure. From the Bible, you teach us in Proverbs 15:22, plans fail for lack of counsel, but with many advisors, they succeed. And in Proverbs 21:20, you tell us the wise store up choice food and olive oil, but fools gulp theirs down. From the Quran, you counsel us, Surah Al-Baqarah 295, and spend in the way of Allah and do not throw with your hands into destruction, and do good. Indeed, Allah loves the doers of good. And in Surah Al-An'am 6:165, you counsel us that it is He who made you successors upon the earth and raised some of you above others in degrees that He may try you through what He has given you. Ya Allah, instill in us the fear of mismanagement and the faith to act justly. Inspire pension funds trustees with the discipline to invest in infrastructure that brings water, power, health, and dignity to every African household. May their leadership be a form of Sadaqah Jariyah, a perpetual charity for the good of nations. Bless them, Lord, the Lord of Abraham, Moses, and Jesus, of our Lord Muhammad. Guide our ministers, fund trustees, and asset managers to unite under one vision. Bless their hands as they unlock the doors of development and prosperity through strategic investment. We offer this prayer with humility and earnest hope, trusting in your infinite mercy and power. Amen. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and may God bless you.
A warm round of applause for Dr. Selmi once again. Africa is ready. That's what the most take that I took from his presentation, and it's God's time for pension funds to think and act differently through the innovative investment structures that he presented here. So we are ready for Mr. Anthony Muthagi from DTB Kenya to give us his experience from the Kenyan view. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. I will run you for the next 5 minutes or less because our presentation is declining our technology. Shame on it. Greetings from Nairobi. So I'm here from the Trade and Development Bank group, previously PTA Bank. It's a sister ESC, COMESA, ESC finance organization, which does almost what ASSA is trying to do. And we were asked to come and briefly share with you our experience in managing Africa Investment Funds. But before doing that, just remind us of what we were told yesterday. Why an ASSA Infrastructure Investment Fund? I believe we have to do it. I've spoken to some of you for the last 15 years about this opportunity. One, we have to mobilize our resources together. We have to speak with one voice financially. Listening to Dr. Ayota, to Dr. Kili, that voice of mobilizing our resources together has to come strongly from all of us. Secondly, this will enable us diversify across sectors, across countries. And you've seen what the story of NSSF Uganda. Thirdly, it will enable us manage and improve our risk management and volatility of our returns. Four, this opportunity we have in our hands will accelerate, without a doubt, the investment returns we've been looking for. By just being more bold, why again an ASSA Infrastructure Investment Fund? It will help us promote impact and sustainability of our economies and our people. You know, managing retirement money is a divine obligation, because we have in our hands monies of people who will need it at their most time of need, when they cannot work for themselves, or when they are injured, for the four of us who are running WCF funds. And lastly, something we've been accused of, and we should fight that accusation with our deeds and our actions. 25 years ago, I also worked for the National Social Security of Kenya, NSSF Kenya. Oh, finally, it's here. Wow. Miracles. So I'll run through. I will not bore you with the presentation, but just reminding you that that the Trade and Development Bank covers the regions we are talking here. But this is what I've told you: mobilize resources, drive diversification, enhance risk management, accelerate income generation. I like that slide, young and old people. You can see your children, you can see your grandparents. Some of us are actually in that lower slide. Promote impact and sustainability. And then this is where I stopped last. Enhance transparency and accountability. The institutions we manage sometimes come under heavy pressure about transparency and accountability. Most of you do AGMs, you publish your financials, you talk to your members. Let's win this war that we are transparent and we are accountable for the monies put in our hands, because you are professionals, you are people of integrity, and you have the skills to do this. This is one of the key benefits we'll get if we embrace investing together in an ASSA Infrastructure Investment Fund. Facilitate knowledge sharing and skills transfer. All of us here know something the other person does not know. The experiences you've had from different organizations here will come in handy when we all work together, and the skills transfer will happen. I've been very fortunate to go almost in all us former ECASA and now ASSA countries, training some of you on investments. And the only way we'll achieve this is not doing that year on year, because we change, we retire, we move on. But when I started working with the ASSA over 15 years ago, half the people who are in those organizations are not there today. I'm also aging quickly. I'll be on my way out. So the skills transfer will happen through a sustainable vehicle which will outlive all of us, hence the ASSA Infrastructure Investment Fund. Why should you be listening to the Trade and Development Bank? we've been asked to share with you a case study. So we manage a trade finance fund across the continent. And these slides will be shared with you. But what does it mean to have, let me just show you only 2 slides about this, because we don't have time. Yes, I like this slide. So what is trade finance? One of the ways to develop in Africa is to trade among each other, not to take all the goods and services to Europe and buy them back as finished products, like the fancy suits most of you are wearing and the fancy dresses we have this morning. Trade finance just means investing in facilitating trade between Tanzania, Uganda, Ghana, Senegal, Rwanda, Burundi, all our member states with the less ease, providing letters of credit, import loans, trade finance facilities, working capital finance, and stock and inventory financing. That's what is trade finance in simple terms. Now, TDB has developed a similar fund like we were trying to do in ASSA here, an Africa Trade Finance Fund, which helps countries trade. The next slide I'll show you is, I've jumped that slide because the returns are so good. I don't want you to see them. Those are the countries which this fund has invested. So, and we can do it at ASSA. Ethiopia, Angola, Tanzania, Togo, Rwanda, Senegal, Kenya, Nigeria, South Sudan, Mozambique, Ghana, Mauritius, etc. So it shows it's possible to create an investment vehicle for all the members of ASSA. And you'll get the necessary ratings you need for your fund. In conclusion, the founding members of formerly ECASA, now ASSA, are quickly graying and retiring. I think now we have 2 or 3, or even 1. I was very fortunate to join that journey when I was half my age. So time is running out. Time is running out. Let's come together and create that infrastructure investment fund, which will give us the things we've spoken about. Mobilize our resources together, get diversification, share skills and resources, improve our return, and lastly, and more importantly, deliver the benefits to our members, as we have always been asked by our members in all the meetings you attend. Thank you. I'll stop there.
So distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the very end of the country's experiences and presentation. Let's give all our presenters a big round of applause. Once again, do I have my camera team to take a group photo with these wonderful presenters? Camera? I would wish to request by the show of hands the following ministers that are in the house to just basically support you. If you can please stand up so we can have a group photo. Honorable Brenda Tamba, Honorable Brenda, can you wave at me? Brenda is from Zambia. Is Brenda with us? She didn't come. Are you the one representing her? Fantastic. Do we have Honorable Edgar Moyo? Fantastic. Honorable Said Abdallah, I think Chief of Staff representing the Minister of Finance from Komoro. Mr. Said Abdallah, is Said with us? Is that you? I just wanted to know that you're here. It's okay. Now this is where my French comes into practice. Okay, he joins the panel. Thank you. All right, camera, picture taken. Thank you very much. You can now take your seat, Honorable. Thank you so much. They took a picture already, yeah. And Honorable Ridwan Kikwete is our host minister. Is already with us. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, shortly after this brief entertainment by Makumira, we shall have a ministerial panel, and right after the guest of honor will have arrived to take us through the closing ceremony. So thank you once again, the panel. And I would now like to invite Makumira. Makumira? They're coming in style. They're coming to entertain us as we bridge between what has transpired in the morning and what is to come onto the closing ceremony. So coming up next is the ministerial panel, the ministers present and those that are representing their respective countries. Nomba kawalete wale Makumira pale, please. Thank you so much. Right after the guest of honor will have arrived, he will visit the booth. He will join us into the room and ushered by the brass band. We'll all be upstanding. We'll have the Tanzania's national anthem as well as that of the African Union to be followed by the opening prayers. And right after the opening prayers, we'll have the welcoming and introductory remarks going towards the closing ceremony. So once again, thank you so much. In front of you is Makumira Band. They're here to warm us up in the couple of minutes as we await for the ministerial panel. Thank you so much. Makumira, twende kazi.
Hata hii maki tatoa. Ngoja tuasime kwanza. Umesikia? Mtu yote anayeongea ongelee. Wote ongelee. Mimi siko kabisa. Umesikia? Utabadilisha
Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Endelea, endelea. Endelea ngoma, endelea. Zui hapo. Endelea.
Asanteni sana.
Distinguished delegates, I am sure you've been relieved and entertained by such a fantastic performance by Makumira. Let's give them another big round of applause, appreciating their great performance. So distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we now have a ministerial panel, and every minister or those representing the ministers will be given up to a maximum of 3 minutes to accord us with the parting remark. Okay? Every minister will be given 1 up to 3 minutes to accord us with the parting remarks. This is what is going to happen now, and shortly after, as I did mention earlier, we will have the guest of honor join us into the room ready for the closing ceremony. After we've finished everything else is when we shall break for lunch and then allow you all to take leave up until tomorrow when we reconvene and go to enjoy world's wonders at the Ngorongoro crater. Before I call the ministers or the ministers' representatives, I am waiting for the final chair and then we shall start. But I'm delighted to once again recognize the presence of the representative of the minister from Zambia. We have Honorable Minister from Zimbabwe, Honorable Minister from Tanzania. We have Minister from the mainland Tanzania, the host minister, but we also have Sadam Kuya, who is the Minister for Finance, representing the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, and we have also Mr. Said Abdallah from Comoro. I believe Comoro will be speaking in French, so your hearing devices should be closer at hand when he gives us his parting remark. DJ, can I have some background music as we set the stage ready for the ministerial panel? Thank you.
We are two moderators for this session, and I'll give over the floor to the moderator. Before I hand over to him, may I stand by the protocol observed? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Michele Dalla Sega. I'm an Italian researcher. Thank you very much to ASSA for the invitation. I'm a European Italian researcher of social security, and I would like really to say a big asante to all of you distinguished delegates and all the association for this unique opportunity for me to be here to understand, to learn a lot of things about the social security systems. Because in Italy, in Europe, in the US, we have different social security systems with different stories, but we have common issue to challenge in this era. And one of these is that of infrastructure investment. Then I will share, we don't have the time now, but the presentation with all the delegates about Italy, about Europe, about US and Canada. And you would learn from this presentation how we have a common issue of development, a common issue of institutional framework to develop infrastructure development. And for this reason, I'm really honored to share today the moderation with our colleague to present this Summit of Ministers here to understand how we can develop a common framework for these investments.
Thank you so much, Common Moderator. At this point in time, we'll start with the program. We'll start with Mr. Brenda Mamila from from Zambia. Could you please take the floor?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, allow me to recognize the presence of the ministers who are here, my colleagues who are here also, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Receive greetings from the Minister of Labor and Social Security, Honorable Brenda Mwikatambatamba. We have been given 3 minutes. All I can say is, Zambia, we are ready for this intervention. You may wish to note that last year, Zambia had one of the worst droughts in memory, living memory, where over 6 million people were affected with hunger. And I'm saying 6 million adversely affected, but those who were affected were more than this. And because of this drought, we had serious challenges in terms of energy, electricity. However, like we always say, whenever you have challenges, you should be able to look at the flip side of the coin. So our president gave the leadership which we all need in such times. All the pension houses were actually called to State House and brainstormed. As I speak to you, already there is a committee which was set, and this committee is actually chaired by the outgoing ASSA chairperson, Mr. Muyangwa, and his colleagues are here already. Some of them I can see from Workers' Compensation, PSPF, they are already here. So what we are saying is that investing in infrastructure, you cannot go wrong. I've got a few examples. I will give examples of NAPSA itself and Workers' Compensation. Using the PPP models, they have invested in Lusaka Ndola dual carriageway. I think we had even area on this morning, where we expect the total investment was $650 million. This infrastructure has got high financial returns, expected to yield between $220 and $260 million in interest earnings. Significant job creation, You know, as government, our interest is also to create employment. So already through these interventions, over 4,000 jobs have actually been created. Now, what are the challenges? As we all know, that's why we are here brainstorming. One thing we have noted.
Honorable, time is up. Could you please summarize for 2 seconds?
Thank you. Since I'm summarizing, call to action. Number 1, we should scale up PP investments across Africa. Number 2, align pension fund strategies with national and continental development agendas. Number 3, foster collaboration between governments, social security institutions, and the private sector to realize the much talked about Agenda 2063. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Now we leave the floor to Honorable Edgar Moyo from the Minister of Labor and Social Welfare of Zimbabwe. I pray you to stay in 2 minutes.
Right, thank you very much, moderator, fellow ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to contribute to this important conversation about the pivotal role social security institutions play in infrastructure development and socio-economic transformation. This conference has reaffirmed a powerful truth that Africa's future lies in its ability to mobilize and direct its own capital towards its development priorities. Social security institutions, through careful impact-oriented investment, are uniquely positioned to lead this effort. And in Zimbabwe, we have a very popular mantra which says, a country, a village, a continent can only be built by its people. And that speaks true to this effort that we are in today. NASA has aligned its investments. NASA is the National Social Security Authority. Has aligned its investment strategy with this vision, which aims to become an empowered and prosperous upper middle income society by 2030. So all that is happening is meant to achieve that goal. And NASA has invested in infrastructure in these areas, renewable energy, public infrastructure, which includes road construction, and also in agriculture. And last year, a total of 54 million was invested in that area to attain national priorities. We have identified infrastructure gaps for investments, and these include road infrastructure, water reservoirs, energy, rail and freight. And in conclusion, fellow ministers, the future we seek is one we must build with our own hands and with our own capital. We owe it to the future generations to unite and develop our Africa. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Moyo, for keeping to within the constraints of the time too. We move, next is Mrs. Said Al-Karim, Chief of Staff representing the Minister of Finance from the Comoros.
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais tout d'abord remercier la République unie de la Tanzanie qui nous a honorés dans cette invitation et remercier l'Association africaine de la sécurité sociale ASSA pour nous avoir accueillis dans cette grande assemblée. Et je voudrais vous dire que quand on parle de l'Afrique de l'Est, il ne faut jamais oublier les Comores parce que c'est vrai, nous sommes un peu séparés par la mer et par la langue, mais nous faisons partie géographiquement de l'Afrique de l'Est et souvent on a tendance à l'oublier. Donc je voudrais vous dire que vous êtes bienvenus aux Comores dans ces grands projets qui sont montrés ici par nos panélistes, parce que les Comores constituent une grande opportunité, parce qu'elle a une grande stabilité institutionnelle et politique, une grande motivation de vouloir émerger avec une jeunesse très ambitieuse, une monnaie stable avec une parité fixe par rapport à l'euro, une grande politique sur l'investissement des infrastructures stratégiques pour développer le tourisme, une grande reconnaissance par les partenaires sur le développement, sur la transparence. Donc, cela représente une grande aubaine sur l'investissement, en particulier dans le domaine de la sécurité sociale. Donc, je voudrais vous dire que nous sommes grandement ouverts. Les portes de Comores sont ouvertes pour nos frères de l'Afrique de l'Est. Vous serez accueillis très chaleureusement, car nous faisons partie, comme je l'avais dit, de l'Afrique de l'Est. Et je crois qu'ensemble, l'Afrique ne peut compter que sur les Africains pour la développer, surtout dans le domaine de la sécurité sociale. Je remercie grandement les différentes parties qui sont intervenues et qui ont montré qu'ensemble, nous pouvons développer l'Afrique. Nous ne devons pas attendre les étrangers venant des autres continents pour nous développer, parce qu'en unissant nos forces, nous avons le pouvoir de nous développer. Dans une légende, on dit que dans une famille, quand les grands frères maintiennent l'aimant des petits frères, alors ils se développent assez rapidement. Donc, j'ai dit vive l'Afrique unie pour la sécurité de sa population, et je vous remercie infiniment.
Please give them a round of applause. I think we are going to change the program a little bit. At this point in time, we are going to take the resolutions, and immediately after the resolutions, we are going to have the guest of honor, and then we'll continue with the program. I just want to thank the panelists for their contribution. We would want now to take resolutions from the floor. The ministers, could you please come together for the group photo? And after that, then we are going to take our seats.
So sadly, we've missed Tanzania and Zanzibar because they had to step out to go and receive the guest of honor. Regrettably, we have missed that, but it's going to be captured in the resolutions. Over to you.
Good afternoon. My name is James Sumbi. I work with CPF. I've been the rapport. Good afternoon. My name is James Sumbi. I work with CPF. I've had the privilege of being the rapporteur for this 14th Africa Social Protection Policymakers Conference. And I'll quickly take you through the resolutions for this conference. We've had 5 key resolutions. Number 1 is the conference affirmed the establishment of the ASSA Infrastructure Fund. Please go next. The conference affirms the establishment of the ASSA Infrastructure Fund, which shall be the flagship project of ASSA with the aim of mobilizing social security capital for transformative capital projects in Africa. The fund shall be established and registered under the laws of Tanzania with coordination for multi-jurisdictional recognition across the various 15 member states. A technical task force shall be constituted to formulate the constitutive Africa Infrastructure Fund with legal governance, risk, and investment frameworks. the fund shall collaborate and synergize and align with the African Union's program for infrastructure development in Africa. Are we able to project? We're now on slide number 3. The second resolution was that the conference affirmed the development of ASSA's permanent headquarters in Arusha. The conference affirmed the development of ASSA's permanent headquarters in Arusha with land acquisition through the National Housing Corporation. The facility will comprise of a secretariat office, ASSA Training Institute with the potential ILO collaboration and income generation commercial space. Member schemes are encouraged to contribute financially or in kind for the construction and operation of the ASSA headquarters. The government of Tanzania has formally requested to grant diplomatic status to ASSA in recognition of its continental mandate. On resolution number 3, ASSA shall intensify member recruitment campaign with a view to expand the current association membership from the current 15 to all the 55 member countries. At this point, the association appreciates and commends the support of Cote d'Ivoire in recruiting new members from West Africa. Efforts shall be made to ensure that ASSA has official recognition by the African Union, SADC, ASSA, and other regional bodies. And this will play a key role in entrenching international organizations with a view of entrenching this organization to be an international one. On number 4, the resolution, the association with the support of member states shall pursue the harmonization of the legal regulatory frameworks on investments to facilitate continental infrastructure projects, cross-strategic partnerships, and financial sustainability. Member states have committed to harmonize the regulatory frameworks to facilitate cross-border pension, social, and social security investments. Countries are urged to provide in their respective investments law for allocation of up to 15% of their assets under management for infrastructure investments. Capital mobility across the member states for ASSA shall be promoted to support joint investment platforms on the bankable projects. Then finally, on resolution number 5, ASSA will pursue strategic partnerships with the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, ESC, ECOWAS, organizations like African Development Bank, UNECA, ILO Convention, and others to advance its mandate so as to increase border pension and social security investments. With our joint policy paper being done by ASSA and AUDA NEPAD shall be presented at the STC TTIE in September 2025 with the goal of securing endorsement from the African head of states for the summit in 2026. And ASSA shall align the agenda to the Africa's 2063 agenda. Financial sustainability shall be pursued through commercial rental income from the headquarters facilities, training revenues from the ASSA Institute in partnership with ILO, and donor support and technical assistance. The conference has requested Tanzania institutions, TSSF, NHF, and SSF to continue providing logistical and transitional support during this ASSA's formative phase. Delegates, these have been the 5 resolutions for this 14th annual ASSA conference.
I would request you to remain back, and I will open the floor. If there's anything that we all feel, can I have the moderators pass the mics? If there's anything that we feel is to be added, not has been left out, but is to be added, then this will be the time. Naomba tumpe mic DG wangu hapa, karibu. The floor is now open. We'll take a couple of hands as we wait for the guest of honor. Karibu.
Thank you, MC. I basically do not have any objection with regard to these 5 resolutions, but I think, to me, what matters is the order. For example, I don't think we'll be able to set up this fund and really become operational if we have not sorted out issues of regulatory harmonization, regulatory framework harmonization. And I don't think we should even be able to convince countries to allocate, or pension funds, to allocate 15% from their total portfolio to cater for this. Because, first of all, in some countries, this is not allowed. So I think we should, before we jump into establishing the fund, which should be the last one according to these 5 resolutions, I am of the opinion that we start with these others, like sorting out issues of regulatory harmonization of regulatory framework, convincing of countries to, allocate these funds for the infrastructure. Otherwise, I suspect that, okay, we will agree that we set up this fund, but it will not be operational. Thank you.
To add, hello? Yeah. To add to what Masha just mentioned, I think a circular email from ASSA to the different social security funds, asking them their appetite and asking them for commitment without really commitment. What would be their opinion of their initial investment? This way we'll have somehow add all these numbers together and see whether we are reaching 100 million or 1 billion.
I have the mic, sorry. Thank you. I think I agree with Masha that the order doesn't flow properly. But I think members, we must be convinced that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. You cannot wait until we have everything done and harmonized before we can commit. This is the way we should go. We begin with the countries who already have laws which facilitate this. And when the fund has been established, because what's going on is that FSD Africa is carrying out a survey for us, and they will make a recommendation. So first we must say, subject to the recommendation of the survey, and all things being okay, then we shall begin the process of forming. That is, it must be a strong commitment. Then the second part will be starting with the people who are already ready, who have the legal framework to start. The other social security funds will be able to come in and ratify the process. That is how we do things even in bilateral and multilateral agreements. Otherwise, if you say this, Mr. Masha, you can wait for 50 years before everybody is aligned. That's how we start. You could see, for example, even from our partner here, TDB, in terms of coverage of Africa, they have just done only a portion. It's because of some of those things that they have not reached all the parts. The same with even Africa Development Bank and others. Please let us accept one principle, which is in the Bible. I don't know whether it's in the Quran. The principle, to not despise small beginnings. You read that? Small beginnings are very important. So I want to ask you, as you are one of your elders here, that to not put roadblocks on the journey. There will be those who will be ready to hold the baton and run, and we must not stop them. And there will be those who will be following next. But eventually everybody will be on board. Viva Africa.
Thank you very much. Africa. Thank you very much. A lady, yes, please. Karibu.
Yeah. Morning, everyone. Thank you very much. My name is Zubeda. I'm a lecturer in social protection. I just wanted to add on one of the resolution on collaboration, especially with ILO. I would also add that it is very important we take stock of what is happening on the ground in terms of the academia. So we have institutions that are already teaching in social protection and actuarial related studies. So it would be very important not only to focus on ILO collaboration, but also within the local institutions that are offering knowledges and expertise in this field. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take two more hands. There's a hand here at the front, Liz. Let's keep them brief. Final two hands. Number one.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is Dr. Huda from ZSSF. I just want to add, I think, with the infrastructure fund, from today's most presentations, I find that the capital markets play a very big role in allowing this infrastructure financing. So to begin with, I think we should also see the adoption of securitizing the infrastructure so that to have tradable securities where even social protection funds can invest for infrastructure, but being allowed to trade these securities anytime. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there's any final comment, there's a hand from a friend. Yeah, that will be the final comment.
Yes, I'll keep it within 30 seconds. I represent the CEO of the Africa Finance Corporation in Lagos. I just wanted you to, I can speak on behalf of our CEO when I express our very keen willingness and interest to work with ASSA and support moving forward. So we've heard a lot of the associations or institutions you're willing to work with. I just wanted you to be sure that we're one of them. And if this could be reflected, that would be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Moderator Rapporteur, please take the floor.
Thank you, delegates. We've taken note of the 6 points from the various delegates. We shall proceed and incorporate them in the resolutions, which will be shared after this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's give our rapporteur a big round of applause. Distinguished delegates, we are now ready and set to receive the guest of honor. May I request as we wait the brass band to warm this room up. And once the guest of honor is ready to come in, distinguished delegates, I will request all of us to be upstanding. He will be ushered in by the brass band. While remain standing, we shall do the Tanzania's national anthem and that of the African Union, to be followed by the opening prayers and welcoming and introductory remarks. Then the flow of the program will proceed as we shall provide the guidance. Thank you very much. Niombe sasa brass band, tukiwa tunasubiri muda wote kiongozi kuingia, tupashe chumba moto. Asante. May I request that we remain in the room. We do not step out. As the guest of honor is already here, we do not need to go out and wait everyone to come back in. That's number one. And kindly be reminded to put your mobile phones on either silence or vibration mode during this closing session. Thank you. May I request all of us to please stand up as the guest of honor is coming into the room. And when he comes, I will request all of us, in all due respect, to please put our hands together when he comes in to honor, really, to thank him for his time to be with us. Let's put our hands together now as the guest of honor is coming in. Brass band. Your Excellency, may I request you to remain standing, all invited delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as we are led by the brass band for the Tanzania's national anthem and that of the African Union. Can we clap our hands as we take our seats? Guest of honor, kindly take your seat. Your Excellency, kindly allow me to invite our religious leaders to lead us on to the opening prayers, to begin with Sheikh Abdul Rahman Salim from Bakwata, to be followed by Pastor Obadiah Jackson from CPCT. Sheikh.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Kila sifa njema ni zake Mwenyezi Mungu Mola wa ulimwengu wote. Rehma na amani zimfikirie mtume wetu Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, yeye pamoja na mitume wote na wafuasi wao walio wema. Ya Rabbi, tunakushukuru kwa neema unazotupa. Wewe ndio mlezi unayetulea, unatulinda, unaturuzuku, unatuhifadhi na kila bala. Ya Rabbi, tunakuomba yote yaliyozungumzwa katika kikao hiki yalete manufaa katika bara letu la Afrika. Ya Rabbi, tunakuomba kwa kuwa sisi wa Tanzania mwaka huu mwezi wa 10 tutafanya uchaguzi wetu wa kitaifa. Tunakuomba ya Rabbi, amani hii ambayo kwamba umetutunuku sisi, tunaomba amani hii iendelee. Tufanye uchaguzi wetu kwa amani na utulivu, na tuwachague viongozi ambao kwamba watatuletea maendeleo katika nchi yetu. Ya Rabbi, tunakuomba kwa unyenyekevu, mpe hikma na busara rais wetu wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, mama yetu Samia Suluhu Hassan. Alkadhalika na makamu wake wa rais Mheshimiwa Mpango. Vile vile tunamwombea rais wetu wa Zanzibar, ndugu yetu Hussein Mwinyi, mpe hikma na busara katika kuongoza visiwani. Tunakuomba ya Rabbi, mawaziri wote walio katika serikali mbili ya muungano, walio bara pamoja na visiwani, wape afya njema, wape afya njema, hikma na busara katika kuliongoza taifa letu. Halikadhalika tunaombea viongozi wote wa serikali waandamizi, wakiwemo wakuu wa mikoa, wakuu wa wilaya na wote wasaidizi wao walio chini yao. Ya Rabbi, wape busara, hikma wa kuweza kuendesha taifa letu ila Tanzania. Ya Rabbi, tunakuomba kwa unyenyekevu, tunakuomba tukubalie maombi yetu. Rabbi, swala na salamu mfikizie wetu Hashima na sahaba ze kiramu na alize na kula mwema. Amina Rabbi amina, amina Rabbi amina, amina Rabbi amina, tukubalia karima. Amina walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Mheshimiwa Makamu wa Kwanza wa Rais wa Serikali ya Mapinduzi ya Zanzibar, waheshimiwa mawaziri na viongozi wote mliopo, itifaki ikiwa imezingatiwa, tunafahamu kwamba Mungu ndiye mwanzilishi wa uhifadhi, ndiye aliyeumba na kuhifadhi alivyoviumba, na amefanya hivyo kwa sababu ya ustawi wa jamii. Na tunapofanya yote tunafanya kwa ajili ya kufuata yale yaliyotuelekeza kupitia maandiko matakatifu kwa ajili ya ustawi wa jamii iliyopo katika Afrika, dunia, Tanzania na kila mahali. Maneno ya Mungu yanasema katika Wakolosai sura ya 3 mstari wa 17, na kila mfanyalo kwa neno au kwa tendo, fanyeni yote katika jina la Bwana Yesu, mkimshukuru Mungu Baba kwa yeye. Na tuombe. Mungu uliye muhifadhi wa yote, wewe ni Mungu muumbaji. Tunanyenyekea mbele zako na kukuheshimu kwa sababu wewe umetuweka duniani kwa mpango wako na makusudi yako. Na kila jambo ambalo Bwana umelifanya halina kasoro. Na wewe ndiye ulianzisha mambo ya uhifadhi. Na tunakushukuru sana kwa siku hizi mbili tangu jana mkutano huu ulipoanza wa mifuko ya hifadhi za jamii katika mkoa wetu wa Arusha. Mkutano huu wa Afrika, Mungu tunakushukuru. Yale yaliyoazimiwa katika mkutano huu, tunaomba Bwana ukafanikishe kila kitu kiende kwa utukufu wako. Kwa sababu jamii itakapofanikiwa, hakika ufalme wako pia utakuwa umeinuliwa. Tunakushukuru kwa ajili ya viongozi wetu ambao Bwana umewapa hekima na maarifa. Tunaendelea kukushukuru kwa ajili yao. Asante Bwana hata kwa ajili ya makamu wa kwanza wa rais pamoja na viongozi waandamizi wote walioko mahali hapa. Tunawaombea hekima yako na maarifa yako katika jina la Yesu. Lakini pia tunaombea serikali yetu ya Tanzania. Mwaka huu tutakuwa na uchaguzi mwezi Oktoba. Tunaomba hekima yako na maarifa yako, amani na utulivu katika jina la Yesu. Tusaidie kupata viongozi walio bora wanaotoka kwako. Asante kwa ajili ya mheshimiwa rais wetu Daktari Samia Suluhu Hassan pamoja na makamu wa rais, pamoja na waziri mkuu na mawaziri wote, pamoja na rais wetu wa Zanzibar, pamoja na wasaidizi wake wote. Tunawaombea afya njema, Mungu kawabariki. Asante kwa ajili ya Afrika, asante kwa ajili ya mkoa wetu wa Arusha, asante kwa ajili ya kila jambo. Tunaomba haya kwa unyenyekevu kwamba Mungu katukubalie maombi yetu na sala zetu na dua zetu katika jina la Yesu Kristo Bwana wetu. Amen.
Can we please put our hands together for our religious leaders? Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Othman Masood Othman, the first Vice President of the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, we are totally and truly honored to have you with us this morning and this afternoon. Distinguished delegates, let's give our guest of honor a big round of applause appreciating his presence with us. Thank you very much. Allow me to also recognize the presence of Honorable Ridhiwan Kikwete, Minister of State, Prime Minister's Office, Labor, Youth, Employment, and Persons with Disability, who is also the host minister. A big round of applause. Asante sana. Guest of honor, on your left is Honorable Sadam Kuya, Minister of Finance and Planning of the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar. A big round of applause. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, this being the African Social Protection Policymakers Conference, we also have Honorable Edgar Moyo, Minister of Labor and Social Welfare from Zimbabwe. If you can please rise so the Minister can, Honorable Excellency can recognize your presence. Thank you so much. Your Excellency, Minister of Zambia was represented by Mr. Zakaria Luhanga. If you can please rise, representing the Minister from Zambia. But also Mr. Said Abdallah El Karim represented the Minister from Comoro. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, allow me to also recognize the presence of Honorable Salum Kali, the District Commissioner for Longido, representing the Arusha Regional Commissioner. A round of applause. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, on the high table as well, we have Mr. Muyangwa, who is the ASSA Chairman. Let's give him a round of applause. We are bidding farewell to him later on during the program as he will pass on the chairmanship to Tanzania. But I would also like to recognize the presence of the ASSA Tanzania Chapter Chair, Mr. Nasor Shabani Amir. Let's recognize his presence by giving him a round of applause. Excellency, we have permanent secretaries, deputy permanent secretaries, and their representatives, as well as all the government officials present. Allow me to also recognize the presence of ASSA Secretary General, Mr. Meshak Bandawe, and our hosts. Thank you very much for hosting us and organizing this conference. Your Excellency, we have amongst us respective chairpersons of respective boards, respective director generals from social security funds, respective distinguished delegates, and allow me, Your Excellency, to recognize delegates by countries present. To begin with delegates from Kenya, can you please rise and we all clap for Kenya? Kenya. Thank you very much. Uganda, delegates from Uganda. Delegates from Rwanda. Let's clap for Rwanda. Delegates for Burundi. Fantastic. Delegates from Zimbabwe. Delegates from Zambia. Let's clap for Zambia. Thank you so much. Delegates from Malawi. Thank you very much. Delegates from Namibia. Thank you very much. Delegates from South Africa. Delegates from Comoro. Delegates from Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you. Delegates from Mozambique. Mozambique. We had one representative of Mozambique. And we have delegates from South Sudan. Thank you very much. I believe I've not left out any country. Your Excellency, allow me to recognize all the invited guests. We have partners that we work with. We have ASSA, ILO, and all our distinguished partners. In a very special way, I would also like to extend our sincere thanks to all our sponsors who made the 14th African Social Protection Policymakers Conference a great success. Members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Your Excellency, we've convened here in Arusha, Tanzania, on this 14th Africa Social Protection Policymakers Conference, guided by the theme, Social Security Funds, a catalyst for infrastructure development and inclusive socio-economic growth for Africa. We've been here for the past 3 days, for the ministers, and 2 days for all the rest of the delegates pondering on this theme. And I'm delighted now, with your permission, to invite the ASSA Secretary General, Mr. Meshak Bandawe, to give us the warm, welcoming, and introductory remarks, to be followed by those remarks from the regional office. As he comes, let's give him a warm round of applause. Karibu sana.
Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, Honorable Ridwan Jakaya Kikwete, Minister of State, Permanent Prime Minister's Office, Labor, Youth, Employment, and Persons with Disabilities, Honorable Dr. Saadam Kuya Salum, Minister of State, President Office, Zanzibar, Finance and Planning, Honorable Arusha Regional Commissioner, Honorable Ministers, Permanent Secretaries, Board Chairpersons and Trustees, Trade Unions representatives, representatives from Association of Employers, ASSA International Partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Chairman and the Governing Council of Africa Social Security Association, it's my honor and privilege to thank you, the chief guests, for sparing time to attend this conference, despite of your busy schedule in the administration of the government activities. We also thank all players in social security sector for attending this conference. Your Excellency, Africa Social Security Association, which is headquartered here in Arusha, Tanzania, we call it the Geneva of Africa, is a membership-based umbrella body established in 2007 with mandate of fostering cooperation and promoting the development of social security sector in Africa. Our fundamental objective is to bring together social security institutions from all over Africa to share innovative experience on best practice in service delivery and administration in achieving social security coverage in Africa. Other objectives is to work close with the governments, regional and international organizations, international stakeholders to promote good governance and the management and administration of social security. Also to provide platform for its member and social security policy makers to influence policy change. Also to make research and provide capacity building programs to its member, and also to engage in joint investments initiatives to contribute to national economic and social development goals. So far, ASSA member states cover 15 countries of Africa, which are Tanzania, the host, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Comoro, Namibia, South Sudan, Cote d'Ivoire, Sierra Leone, Mali, and Gambia. More initiatives are still underway to accommodate the remaining 40 countries of Africa. Your Excellency, this conference articulates the theme of Social Security Fund, a catalyst for infrastructure development and inclusive socio-economic growth in Africa. Because social security funds aim to address the continental significant infrastructure funding gap by investing and developing in essential infrastructure projects in Africa, including but not limited to transports. That means includes roads, railways, airports, ports, and also energy in power generation, transmission, and distributions, water and sanitation, telecommunication network, and other social infrastructure. This comes to the fact that despite of the efforts of African government and international donors, still the demand for infrastructure exceeds the available resource, on which necessitating innovative funding solutions to bridge the gap. These initiatives is aligned with Africa's Social Agenda 2063 of becoming prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development and integrated continent, politically united based on the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa. It is clear that infrastructure development is necessary to achieve those goals, with the fact that modern infrastructure will connect people, countries, regions, and boosting productivity. Honorable, Your Excellency, this conference was attended by the delegates coming from Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Sierra Leone, Rwanda, Burundi, Malawi, Comoro, South Sudan, Namibia, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, South Africa, DRC Congo, Nigeria, and Italy. We also have delegates representing our international partner, such as the African Union. AUDA NEPAD is an agency for African Union Commission, FSD, TDB, and AFC. Your Excellency, this conference, as has been said before, it was officially opened yesterday by His Excellency Dr. Philip Isdor Mpango, the Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania, whereby on his key speech address came up with opinions, advice, and directives. However, in these two days, distinguished speakers presented technical papers highlighting infrastructure development initiatives based on infrastructure perspective and the country's experience, on which the following major items was transpired and resolved. 1, Honorable Ridwan Jakaya Kikwete, the Minister of State's Prime Minister's Office. He emphasized the urgent need to close Africa infrastructure financing gap, which currently range between $130 to $170 billion annually, through innovative domestic capital mobilization, particularly via social security institutions. On his keynote address, His Excellency Dr. Philip Mpango, the Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania, emphasized the strategic repositioning of the Social Security Fund as a development instrument. He noted that it is imperative to put in place Africa's own solutions to Africa infrastructure and social challenge, and urge ASSA to proceed with its ambitious vision through formal African Union engagement and continent diplomas. However, a proper feasibility study should be well conducted to justify the viability of the project before implementation. Regarding ASSA's special request of support from the government of Tanzania, specific on construction of its headquarter building in Arusha, Tanzania, request for the diplomatic status in the view that it cross-border and international scope and mandate in Africa, the expansion of ASSA membership from the current 15 countries to 55 states in Africa, and the recognition of the association by Africa Union and regional blocs, the Vice President affirmed support on those requests and tasked the same to be coordinated through the Prime Minister's office in Tanzania. On strategic presentation and thematic highlights on policy perspective, it was resolved that since each member state has different regulatory framework and policy guidelines on the investment classes, allocations, and the infrastructure projects included, there is therefore a need for harmonization, the legal and policy framework among ASSA member states that may facilitate the pool resource for infrastructure. On countries' case study perspective, it was revealed that the nature and class of investment undertaken the various countries are almost identical and similar. Despite the different regulatory framework, this is an important opportunity for ease of restructuring Africa infrastructure initiative investment. Last but not least, the process of transition of the association from the regional to association, from the regional level to Pan-Africa Association has since concluded. Therefore, the association shall embark on aggressive expansion and member recruitment programs across the member states in the African continent. Other resolutions will be structured and firmed up for records and execution. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, as we recognize the presence of all invited participants, kindly allow me in a special way to introduce the following few invited guests. With us, we have ASSA governing councils, who also serve as the CEOs of social security funds in Tanzania and in Africa. First is Mr. Masham Shomba, the DG of NSSF Tanzania. Dr. John Mduma, WCF Tanzania. Dr. Irene Isaka, DG NHIF Tanzania. And she was the Secretary General of ASSA before me. Mr. Rimo Nyansao, DG of PSSF Tanzania. Mr. Yasin Juma, DG of ZHSF Tanzania. Dr. Jose Akili, the CEO of CPF Kenya. He's a long-serving member of ASSA and is one of the founding members of the association. Mr. Charles Machira, DG of RBA Kenya. Major General Emmanuel Miburo, INSS Burundi. Mr. Charles Kouas, the DG of CNPS Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you, Mr. Charles Kouas, for his acceptance to host our first regional office of ASSA in West Africa and French-speaking countries. Mr. Ibrahim Muhana from Muhana Foundation. Mr. Edward Gia from South Sudan Pension Fund. Mr. Patrick Aota, DG of NSSF Uganda. Patrick Siampwili, DG of WCF Zambia. Mr. Francis Nyirenda, DG of PSPF Zambia. Dr. Charles Zava, DG of NASA Zimbabwe. Mrs. Milka Mngunda, DG of Social Security Commission Namibia. And Fatma Kamaldin, DG from Komoro Pension Fund. Also, we have some non-members of ASSA. The DG of SNIT Ghana, Mr. Kwes Bine. Mrs. Sylvia Itseimana, MFP Burundi, Mr. Innocent Mugarira from Malawi Reserve Bank Pension Fund, Mr. Junior Nasse Onipiara, Burundi. Also, I recognize the presence of our partners, including Mr. Boniface Mwangi, the Secretary General of Kenya Pension Social Security Association, Mr. Anton Mwithiga from TDB Bank, Sibyl Sichakunda from Auda NEPAD, also representing African Union Commission, Mr. Adetu Bolagan from AFC Nigeria, Africa Finance Corporation, Blake Mulara, President of Zambia Congress of Trade Unions. Also, I would like to introduce member of Standing Committee, which is our technical team representing, representing the Secretariat of the Association on behalf of the Governing Council of ASSA. All members of Standing Committee, please, you can just stand a wave. Standing Committee, thank you very much. And the last is the member of management of Social Security Fund institutions in Tanzania. All member of management from Social Security Funds in Tanzania, please, you can just wave. After this short statement and a brief remarks, I would like to thank you very much. You are excellent. Thank you very much.
Meshach Bandawe is the ASSA Secretary General. Accord him another big round of applause for those welcoming and introductory remarks. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, allow me now to bring to the podium Honorable Salum Kali, who is the District Commissioner for Longido, representing the Arusha Regional Commissioner. His remarks will be followed by those of the ASSA outgoing Chairman, Mr. Muyangwa. As the Regional Commissioner representative is here, let's welcome him with a round of applause. Karibu sana.
Mheshimiwa Othman Masudi Othman, Makamu wa Kwanza wa Rais wa Serikali ya Mapinduzi Zanzibar, Mheshimiwa Waziri wa Kazi, Vijana, Ajira na Watu wenye Ulemavu, Mheshimiwa Ridwan Jakaya Kikwete, Mheshimiwa Sada Mkuya Salum, Waziri wa Fedha na Mipango, Serikali ya Mapinduzi Zanzibar. Lakini nitambue mwenyekiti wa ASSA wa Afrika, tambue mwenyekiti wa ASSA wa Tanzania, lakini wakurugenzi wote wa nchi zote mwanachama wa ASSA, mawaziri walioko wa nchi wanachama wa ASSA, kamati ya usalama ya mkoa iliyoko hapa, lakini wakuu wa wilaya wenzangu walioko kwenye mkutano huu adhimu, wajumbe wote wawakilishi wa nchi zote wanachama wa ASSA, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Mheshimiwa Makamu wa Kwanza wa Rais wa Serikali ya Mapinduzi Zanzibar, nimesimama hapa kwa niaba ya mkuu wetu wa mkoa Mheshimiwa Kenan Kihongozi. Si mahali kufika hapa wanaweza kujionea, wewe Makamu wa Kwanza wa Rais, hapa Arusha ni kwako, ni nyumbani kwako. Unafahamu namna ambavyo Mheshimiwa Rais ameitendea haki Arusha. Tuna miradi mingi ya elimu, miradi mingi ya afya, miradi mingi ya barabara, miundombinu kila mahala. Umeme leo unaweza kuona kila mahali unapatikana, lakini wananchi wanafanya shughuli zao vizuri. Utalii umeimarika sana. Sisi wananchi wa mkoa wa Arusha tunamshukuru sana Daktari Samia Suluhu Hassan, rais wetu wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Ametangaza nchi duniani, Afrika yote, kwamba tuna maajabu humu ndani tulionao katika nchi yetu ya Tanzania. Lakini tunamshukuru sana Rais wa Serikali ya Mapinduzi Zanzibar, Mheshimiwa Daktari Hussein Ali Mwinyi, namna ambavyo hawa wote viongozi wetu wameiweka Tanzania katika mikono salama. Tumejionea watalii wanazunguka wakienda Zanzibar, wakija hapa Arusha, kwa Tanzania nzima, wakijionea maajabu na wanaleta pesa, uchumi unakuwa, watalii wanavyoendelea kuongezeka. Lakini sambamba na hilo,
tuendelee kuwaombea sana viongozi wote wanaokuja hapa. Mheshimiwa Makamu wa Kwanza wa Rais, hawa wananchi wakija kwetu, viongozi hawa walioko hapa wapate fursa pia wa kutumia muda wao vizuri, watembelee vivutio tulivyo navyo. Tunavyo vivutio vingi sana. Wakienda Ngorongoro wanaweza kwenda mpaka Serengeti. Hapa Arusha pia tuna Arusha National Park. Kuna vivutio vya ajabu vingi vizuri. Wanaweza kwenda Zanzibar, ni karibu, ni saa moja tu wanafika, wanaona maajabu, wanaona utulivu wa Tanzania. Tanzania ilijengwa vizuri na Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, akaijenga Mzee Mwinyi, akaijenga Mzee Mkapa, akaijenga Mzee Jakaya, akaijenga Dr. Magufuli, sasa hivi anaijenga Daktari Samia Suluhu Hassan. Utulivu ni mkubwa. Wakitaka kujifunza utulivu, amani na mshikamano, basi hawa viongozi wa Afrika wote waje Tanzania, watamuona Daktari Samia Suluhu Hassan. Arusha imetulia, Arusha ina amani. Tunakukaribisha sana Makamu wa Kwanza wa Rais. Asante sana kwa kunisikiliza kwa heshima na taadhima. Basi na mimi nimuombe Mheshimiwa Waziri wa Kazi, Ajira na watu wenye ulemavu atapata fursa ya kukaribisha wewe. Asanteni sana kunisikiliza.
Thank you very much, Honorable Salum Kali, the District Commissioner for Longido, for those welcoming remarks to the region, which you've also extended to Tanzania, mainland, and Zanzibar. Your Excellency, allow me now to invite to the podium Mr. Muyangwa, who is the ASSA chairman. His remarks will be followed by a gesture of handing over the chairmanship to Tanzania. As he comes, let's give him a warm round of applause.
Habari za mchana. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you very much for gracing this very special conference that discusses how social security can feed into the development of our continent. I wish to recognize the presence of our ministers and Minister Kikwete, who was with us even yesterday. Thank you very much for sparing your time to be with us. I think I'll be representing all when I state that the deliberations were successful, and one conclusion, Your Excellency, was we are ready. Everyone recognizes that it's time for Africa to influence its own destiny. It's not only our generation that has recognized that, but in one, as captured by one of the presenters, that this vision has long been cast, but very little action has been taken to progress that. Your Excellency, as the outgoing chair, I would like first of all to thank my colleagues that worked with us on the policy body of ASSA, the other CEOs. Thank you very much for your guidance, and thank the Secretariat for the work well done in hosting us here, and thank the Standing Committee for all the hard work in coming up with policy or technical papers that shaped the vision, or that began to give life to the vision of ASSA. Before I close, Your Excellency, I would like to thank Serikali ya Tanzania, the host Social Security Association, for the hospitality they have accorded us since we arrived here, and the good organization of the conference. We thank you, Asanteni. Lastly, Your Excellency, one of the key outputs or one of the key milestones from this conference was the establishment of the Pan-African Fund, or the Social Security Infrastructure Investment Fund. Your Excellency, there's still a lot of work to be done, and therefore, through you, Your Excellency, tunaomba msaada wa serikali za Afrika kupitia African Union kwa ASSA kufanya kazi. Asante.
Let's give our outgoing chair a big round of applause once again. Asante, Asante. Your Excellency, what we're going to witness now is Mr. Muyangwa handing over the chairmanship of ASSA to Tanzania. So may I ask Mr. Meshak Bandawe to come and present the file, which Mr. Muyangwa will hand over to Mr. Nasor Shaban Amir, who is the ASSA Tanzania chapter chair. Brass band, nitaomba tuipokee hii kwa heshima kubwa kabisa. Brass band. Ladies and gentlemen, ASSA officially has a new chair, and we now have the pleasure to invite, Your Excellency, allow me to invite Mr. Nasor Shaban Amir, the ASSA chairman, to come and accord us with his remarks, to be followed by a brief entertainment. As he comes, let's give him a big round of applause. Karibu sana, Mr. Nasor Shaban Amir.
Honorable Osman Masood Osman, the first Vice President of Zanzibar, Honorable Ridwan Jakaya Kikwete, Minister for State, Prime Minister's Office, Labor, Youth, Employment, and Person with Disability, Honorable Dr. Saada Mkoya Salum, Minister of State, President Office, Finance and Planning, Zanzibar, Honorable DC of Arusha, Regional of Arusha, Mr. Muyangwa, ASSA Chairman, and our outgoing ASSA Chairman, Brother Meshek Bandawe, ASSA Secretary General. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, because of the time, please allow me to skip some introduction. Let me say all protocol observed. Assalamu alaikum. Honorable Osman Masood Osman, the first Vice President of Zanzibar, it's my pleasure to take part in this 14th Africa Social Protection Policy Makers Conference. It is an honor to stand before you today to offer some remarks and vote of thanks. Honorable Chief Guest, first, I'm thankful Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving us courage and spirit to arrange this glorified function. His blessing has turned this conference into grand success. Secondly, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, and Dr. Hussein Ali Hassan Mwinyi, the President of the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, for their strongly support to our social security institutions. Please receive our sincere gratitude and convey our greeting to Honorable Dr. Hussein Mwinyi, the President of Zanzibar, for accepting our invitation today. And Honorable Chief Guest, I would like to thank you for gracing us with your presence today. Also, I would like to extend our Ridwan Jakaya Kikwete for Tanzania mainland and Honorable Dr. Saada Mkoya Salum for Zanzibar. Their support made it possible for us to achieve this conference today. Thank you very much, our ministers. Honorable Chief Guest, my few remarks is about this year's conference theme, which is involvement of social security scheme in the infrastructure development in Africa. I must emphasize that availability of well-designed system that meets different needs over the life course is the first necessary condition for addressing exclusion through social protection. Honorable First Vice President, I take this opportunity to thank members of ASSA for bringing this great event to Tanzania, and proudly to Tanzania Social Security Association, ASSA, for hosting. Thank you very much, team. Also, I wish to congratulate the TSSA outgoing chairman, CPA Masha Mshomba, Director General of NCCF, who handed over to me to chair TSSA Tanzania. And also, I congratulate ASSA outgoing chairman, Mr. Muyangwa, for hand over me It's a heavy job. I have a TSSA and I have a ASSA, but Allah will bless me. All for their insightful leadership during their tenure in our organization. Also, I would like also to thank all panelists, our inspiration speakers, Mr. Austin Makani and his colleague. Mr. Makani, always you are doing a great job. Thank you very much, brother. Thanks to organizer, committee members, and sponsors. Please allow me to mention sponsors by name: Azania Bank, Tanzania Commercial Bank, NMB, Tanzania Tourist Board, and the NAC. Okay, thank you. Azania, NMB, TCB, TTB, and NAC. Thank you very much, our sponsor. Also, I'd like to thank police force and brass band. You are with us since day one. All medias, all board chairperson, board members of pension fund, DGs, CEO, and all participants. I can't mention one by one, but we value your presence today since the first day we are here. I want to assure you that your presence make big, significant contributions to making this event a success. Honorable Chief Guest, below finishing my vote of thanks again, I will be failing in my duty if I didn't thank my fellow Tanzanian Pension Fund DGs and member of TSSA. Special thanks to CPA again to CPA Masham Shomba, Director General of Tanzania, of NCCF Tanzania, Dr. John Mduma, Director General of WCF Tanzania, Dr. Irene Isaka, Director General of NHIF Tanzania, Dr. Rimo Nyansaho, Director General of PSSF Tanzania, Mr. Yasin Amir, Director General of ZHSF Tanzania, and myself, Nasser Amir, Managing Director of Zanzibar Social Security Fund, ZSSF, for our unwavering commitment and support to this conference succeed. Finally, I would like to thank each and every one of you for being here and making this 2 to 3 days a wonderful and success conference. We appreciate your time and engagement. Lastly, you are welcome again, Tanzania. And please, I come from Zanzibar and I know very well Zanzibar, one among of the wonderful, beautiful island in Zanzibar. So that I welcome again in Zanzibar, or I welcome you all in Zanzibar. After visiting Ngorongoro, so you're welcome, Zanzibar. I welcome you, Zanzibar, to see a miracle of historical site and wonderful beaches. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have on wedding ceremonies the first dance. But what we've just heard right now is the first speech by the ASSA chairman. Let's give him another round of applause. Thank you so much for your vote of thanks. Your Excellency, allow me now to bring Makumira Band for a brief entertainment, which will then be followed by the remarks from Honorable Sadam Kuya, the Minister for Finance and Planning. Karibu Makumira. This is the 14th Africa Social Protection Policy Makers Conference, and Tanzania is honored truly to really host it and Arusha in a very special way here in Arusha. So please, delegates, as we have the opportunity tomorrow to visit Ngorongoro Crater, we still have more opportunity to see a lot. Mount Kilimanjaro is just an hour drive, is the highest standalone peak in the world. It's just an hour drive. But we have Zanzibar as we've been invited. It's an hour flight. So, Makumira, you have the floor.
Kwa juhudi zako zidi kung'ala, sema hongera baba. haina maji changa. Bismillah ya kwanza, ya pili Allahumani. Shola tukombele hapa la bituomba tusaidie tuweze kuimba vizuri na kucheza vizuri, wote tuitikie hami. Chache mwa we. Awe chacha mwa we. Na leo tumekuja hapa kwa ajili ya hifadhi ya jamii. Kweli si kweli? Nasema leo tumekuja hapa kwa ajili ya hifadhi ya jamii. Ni kichocheo cha maendeleo katika miundombinu na ukuaji jumuishi. Kweli si kweli? Nauliza tena, kweli si kweli? Katika swala zima la kijumuiya, bila kusahau uchumi barani Afrika. Chacha mwa we. Awe chache mwa we. Ajua ndewe balozi, ajua ndewe aka. We balozi ajua ndewe. Hicho fungu ni balozi atakapewe. Achukua cheusi cheupe niache mwenyewe. Sema tena. Ewe balozi ajua ndewe. Ajua ndewe balozi ajua ndewe. Hicho fungu ni balozi atakapewe. Chukua cheusi cheupe niache mwenyewe. Akawe napanda ujima balozi, napanda ujima wo. Napanda ujima balozi, napanda ujima. Ujima panda oswa dogo swatu wazima. Nimelia chapale bududoza la panda ujima wo. Akawe tena we ajua ndewe balozi ajua ndewe. Kilicho fungu ni balozi atakapewe. Achukua cheusi. Makame ngoja kwanza makame. Leo narudia tena. Kwanza ngeni nani? Nanjua ngeni nye. Niwaambie. Bwana, huyu mgeni wa leo ni makamo wa rais wa kwanza wa Zanzibari. Anaitwa Mheshimiwa Osmani Masudi Osmani. Sasa kile cheusi tunachukua sisi, cheupe tunamwachia nani? Tumwachie mheshimiwa. Tumwachie mheshimiwa. Utamaduni ni ngao ya kutulinda vijana kila mahala na waho, hakuna kusengenyana. Wale wasokuwa nao kuiga kuna maana. Utamaduni ni ngao ya kutulinda vijana kila mahala na wao, hakuna kusengenyana. Wale wasokuwa nao kuiga. Utamaduni ni ngao ya kutulinda vijana kila mahala na wao, hakuna kusengenyana. Wale wasokuwa nao kuiga kuna maana. Utamaduni ni ngao ya kutulinda vijana kila mahala na wao, hakuna kusengenyana. Wale wasokuwa nao kuiga. Wale wasokuwa nao kuiga kuna maana. Wale wasokuwa nao kuiga kuna maana. Wale wasokuwa nao kuiga kuna maana. Wale wasokuwa nao kuiga kuna makame.
Napomalizia
ayawe chukua uti moyo na jina lake Malia 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 na jina lake Malia we kipendacho
Napomalizia tafadhali Makumira.
kama una haja nacho fanya kama ukioni.
Asante sana. Asante sana Makumira. Asante sana Makumira Entertainment. Thank you so much Makumira for that warm first dance. Asanteni sana. Your Excellency, naomba kutambua uwepo wa viongozi. Honorable Colonel Wilson Sakulo, District Commissioner from Ngorongoro, please, we welcome you. Dr. Lamek Nganga, DC from Karatu, we welcome you. Your Excellency, please allow me to welcome Honorable Sadam Kuya, Minister of Finance and Planning of the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, for her welcoming remarks, followed by the remarks from our host minister, Honorable Kikwete. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, our moderator, and thank you all. Your Excellency, First Vice President of Zanzibar, Othman Masood Othman, Minister of State, Prime Minister's Office, Labor, Youth, Employment, and Peoples with Disability Affairs, esteemed ministers present here today, our district commissioners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. And greetings from Zanzibar. I am Saada Mkuya Salum, Minister of State, President Office, Finance and Planning from Zanzibar. And I'm really very much grateful to be invited also to put a word or two from Zanzibar. Being a Minister of Finance and Planning in Zanzibar is not an easy task. However, together, including our social funds from Tanzania, have achieved a very great success in reaching Zanzibar's economy with growth rate averaging at 7%. I would like to extend our appreciation and gratitude from peoples of Zanzibar for the following: the Workers' Compensation Fund, PSSSF, NHIF, ZHSF, NSSF, and including all others that have participated to the Sharia-compliant bond, a newly innovative bond, treasury bond from Zanzibar that has been the first ever in East and Central Africa. When we spoke about finding innovative ways of supporting our infrastructure in Africa, Zanzibar could be a very, very fast reference for all other countries in Africa to to take from. We have achieved a 128% over subscription with a contribution from the Social Security funds. So for us, it is really an honor actually to extend our gratitude to the pension funds. And that was very fast phase. I would like to take this opportunity to invite other pension funds from Africa and around the globe as we are preparing to move to the next stage. This is an opportunity to ensure Africa is being supported, Africa is being invested, Africa is being honored by pension funds in Africa and elsewhere in the world. For Zanzibar and for Tanzania, it has really been a very new opportunity. Questions were asked, elaborations were made, but all in all, as we speak right now, pension funds have supported Zanzibar's government for road infrastructure, airport terminal, we have Zanzibar multipurpose port, we have fish market infrastructure in which we are implementing our blue economy, but also electricity distribution system. And we see how important for the pension funds to actually contribute to all of these developments. However, the Zanzibar Social Security Fund has been the front line in Zanzibar, particularly supporting in construction of affordable houses, market infrastructure, bus terminals, and many other infrastructure projects. And we see from Zanzibar Social Security Fund, the opportunity is vast, and we just want to invite all others to participate into this injection. But for us, also we would like to invite pension funds to invest into the Zanzibar Investment Bank that the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar has put forward to ensure that investment in Zanzibar, financing for investment for local and international are being obtained from Zanzibar. We'd like to also extend our invitation to others to come and join the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar. For this particular time, I would like to extend invitation to all to Zanzibar. As being said earlier, it is an hour flight to Zanzibar. You come and see the unique crystal blue beaches in Zanzibar, white sands along the coastal line, and marine sports and beautiful weather. Above all, you will get a chance also to witness dynamic economic transformation that is being supported by our social security funds. Karibuni Zanzibar, asanteni sana.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa. Let's give Mheshimiwa Saada Mkuya another round of applause. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, before I bring Honorable Ridwan Kikwete to the podium, allow me to continue to recognize and appreciate the presence of the Acting Regional Administrative Secretary. This is none other but Apollinary Seia. Please, if you can stand up. Let's give him a round of applause. He's been with us from the morning, but we also have the districts, administrative secretaries for Arusha region and other regions, as well as the dads. Thank you so much for being with us, Your Excellency. Allow me now to invite Honorable Ridwan Kikwete, the host minister, to come and give us his remarks, and then he will extend an invitation to you to first give a token of appreciation and awards to our sponsors and other groups, and then invite you to address Africa through this congregation. Without further ado, Honorable Kikwete, please, karibu sana. As he comes, let's give him and welcome him with a warm round of applause, our host minister.
Your Excellency, Othman Masoudi Othman, the first Vice President of the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, there's a goodness in being a last born, but on the other hand, there's a bad thing about being the last speaker, because most of what I wanted to say in here have already been spoken. So I found myself like I have nothing left to say than doing one thing, which is giving a brief remark on what happened in the 3 days, and also invite you to the stage to give awards to our supporting schemes and others who have been able to assist us making things happening. But apart from that, let me recognize the presence of all guests that have been mentioned, include Our Excellency Dr. Saadam Kuya Salum, the Minister of State, President Office, Finance and Planning, Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar. Also the presence of our host, Mr. Salum Kali, the District Commissioner for District, which one? You're from Longido. I always mixed up Longido and Meru. Maybe that's where you're going. I'm not the one. I'm not an appointing authority, but I think maybe that is be the next destination. Also, let me recognize the presence of all our guests from all over Africa, as they've been mentioned before I stand here. The biggest recognition goes to the outgoing chairman of ASSA, Honorable Muyangwa. I think now I've got it right, yeah? Yeah, Muyangwa. And also, many congratulations to our brother, Mr. Nasoro, for being an incoming chairman. But now you are a chairman. I think the process is already done. Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe let me recognize also the presence of board chairperson and board members of different social security entities, trade union representatives, representative from Association of Employers, ASSA International Partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Afternoon. I just lost it away. Good afternoon to you all. His Excellency, allow me first and foremost to welcome you again to Arusha, but also to inform you that, as you are aware and also be informed, the conference started on the 10th of July 2025 and was officiated by His Excellency Dr. Philip Isdori Mpango, the Vice President of United Republic of Tanzania, who also had an opportunity to give his remarks, also pose some challenges to work on in executing our duties, as well as give his directives which were noted in a joint implementation. Some of them we've been informing you, but as I'm about to invite you to the stage to address this August congregation, let me take this opportunity also to inform you that the conference has brought about meaningful dialogues, ideas, and shared commitment in advancing infrastructure development as key pillar for the inclusive growth and social protection in Africa. On behalf of the Tanzanian government, I would like to take this opportunity to assure you all that the government of United Republic of Tanzania is in support of this initiative, and we thank ASSA for hosting this great event in Arusha, Tanzania. Your Excellency, let me also inform you that prior to today's event, this conference had an opportunity to deliberate on the role of Social Security Institute, in particular on the involvement of infrastructure development in Africa. Many papers were presented. Delegates had an opportunity to air their understanding on the same, and hopefully those remarks were included on a final paper that will be presented as an outcome of the meeting. Your Excellency, we are very lucky to have a number of countries represented here. As mentioned before me, the responsible ministers and a member of Board of Trustees from different institutions were also presented. 17 member states were represented, as I've mentioned earlier. Now, with the great honor, allow me to invite you to do two things. One is to award those who were directed. Where is okay. Can I have the list, please? Thank you. One is to give an award to those who made this conference possible, which will be mentioned later, but also to have an opportunity to address this conference, as well as to officially close the conference. Your Excellency, karibu sana.
May I request all the distinguished participants to kindly take your seats and witness as the guest of honor is going to award, to start with all our sponsors. Your Excellency, may I request you award our first sponsor. May I request the members of the high table to also join us. Yes. So as I'm calling our main sponsors, when I finish the entire list of sponsors, Prosper will receive it. Can I call to the podium Azania Bank? As they come, let's give them a round of applause. We truly thank you for your distinguished sponsorship to the 14th Africa Social Protection Policy. Call to the stage TCB, Tanzania Commercial Bank. Do we have representative from TTB? NMB? Naomba niwalete TTB kama tunaye mwakilishi. NIC? NIC? Naomba tuwapigie makofi NIC. Brass band, naomba tupokee za wadhamini wetu wote. Asante. Guest of honor, I would like to call to the stage and thank for successfully hosting the 14th Policymakers Conference all the member schemes of Tanzania, to begin with PSSSF. PSSSF? Naomba mwakilishi kutoka PSSSF aje pokea, wakati huo NSSF mkijiandaa. Naomba tuwapige makofi PSSSF. For successfully hosting the 14th Policymakers Conference, we appreciate the efforts of our host. This goes to our Tanzania member schemes. Next is NSSF. WCF, kindly get set. WCF. Naomba tupige makofi NSSF. Nashukuru sana. Guest of honor, next is WCF. NHIF, kindly prepare. Na mwenyekiti wa bodi wa WCF pia amefika hapo. Tutakuwa kwa pamoja, ungesimama kwa pamoja vizuri zaidi. Can I call NHIF? Asante sana WCF, NHIF. Wakati huo ZSSF, please prepare ZSSF. Tuwapigie makofi NHIF. Can I call upon ZSSF? ZSSF? While ZSHF, you prepare. ZSHF. Naomba mjiandae. Naomba tuwapigie makofi ZSSF. Niwalete sasa ZSHF. Naomba tuwapigie makofi hao brass band. Naomba tuzipokee. Your Excellency, for immeasurable support to the association, we wish to recognize and appreciate the following organization for their support. To begin with, National Social Security Fund, NSSF Tanzania, for providing the office for ASSA. Naomba tuwapigie makofi NSSF. Please come and receive your award, NSSF. NSSF, naomba uje upokee tuzo yenu ya shukrani kabisa. Walitupa ofisi ya ASSA, tunawashukuru sana. Wakati huo niombe OSHA mjiandae pamoja na WCF, guest of honor. We appreciate OSHA and WCF for furnishing the ASSA office. We truly appreciate. Can I call upon OSHA, representative of OSHA, to come and receive on behalf? Halima, ni kuombe upokee kwa niaba ya OSHA na hakikisha inawafikia. WCF, as you prepare, naomba tuwapigie makofi OSHA. WCF, thank you for furnishing the ASSA office. WCF. Asante. Guests of honor, we appreciate Human Capital Development. We wish to recognize the following members for their consistency in supporting ASSA training programs. We recognize a few, but we recognize all the Social Security funds for bringing your staff for training programs. But because you are many, we would like only to reach out to 3 organizations, starting with CPF Kenya. May I call upon CPF Kenya to come and receive the recognition, NSSF Uganda to prepare, to be followed by ISS Burundi. We truly thank you for your support. All of you have brought in many staff for training, but interest of time will only be able to accord to the 3. CPF Kenya, asante, naomba tuwapigie makofi. Can I call upon NSSF Uganda? Can I call upon INISS Burundi? These are countries that we've recognized, foreign countries that have been recognized, but in a very special way, we also recognize NSSF Tanzania yet again for leading in providing support to the ASSA training programs. Naomba tuwapigie pia makofi NSSF Tanzania. Brass band, naomba tuzipokee hizo. Guest of honor, I am now going to request Honorable Ridwan Kikwete to present a token of appreciation specifically for you, the first Vice President, as we express our deepest gratitude and appreciation for honoring us with your presence and officially closing this 14th Africa Social Protection Policymakers Conference. Naomba zawadi ya mgeni rasmi sasa. Zawadi ya kwa mgeni rasmi apewe Mheshimiwa Ridwan, atamkabidhi mgeni rasmi. Brass band tutaipokea. Guest of honor, we would finally wish to request you to receive on behalf of His Excellency Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, the President of the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, as recognizes outstanding leadership and unwavering commitment in advancing labor standards and social protection in Zanzibar. Thank you very much. May I request the members of the high table to kindly take your seats now.
Honorable Ridwan Kikwete, Minister of State, Prime Minister's Office, responsible for labor, youth employment, and persons with disability. Honorable Dr. Saddam Kuya, Minister of State, President's Office, responsible for finance and economic planning, Zanzibar. Honorable ministers from Tanzania and other participating African countries. Honorable DC for Longido, representing our host, Regional Commissioner for Arusha. Mr. Muyangwa, Chairperson of African Social Protection Association. Mr. Naso Shaban Amel, Chairperson of Tanzania Social Security Association and Managing Director of Zanzibar Social Security Fund. Members of the boards, members of boards of trustees and heads of African Social Security Funds. Mr. Meshak Bandawe, Secretary General of the Tanzania and African Social Protection Associations. Distinguished delegates, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, first allow me to begin by the word of gratitude to the Almighty God for His blessings, which have enabled us to meet here today while we're in good health. And before I proceed, allow me to convey greetings from His Excellency, President of Zanzibar, Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, whom you invited to grace this occasion. But because of some government exigencies, he could not attend in person. I believe you have accepted his presence through me, his immediate assistant. And on his behalf, I take this opportunity to welcome you to Zanzibar as well. As you are told before, there is only 1 hour flight from here, from Arusha. And this is the best time to be in Zanzibar, especially for those who want to test the adrenaline, because we have popular skydiving nowadays. And Zanzibar is becoming a paradise of skydiving. for those who are young enough, they are enough. Therefore, you are very much invited. You are very much welcome to Zanzibar. I would like to thank ASSA member states for their decision to hold this important conference here in Arusha, Tanzania. This has been a welcome decision, considering that the fact that Arusha is ASSA's headquarters, and it is one of the top destinations for international conferences in Africa. But for us from Zanzibar, Arusha is a twin city to Zanzibar city, because most of our flights, local flights, are between Arusha and Zanzibar, and also most of the arrivals, especially local arrivals, also are via Arusha. Therefore, Zanzibar, Arusha is a lifeline of tourism and aviation and other economic sector. I would like also to thank the Prime Minister's Office, especially Honorable Ridhwani Kikwete, and Honorable Sada Mkuya, Minister of State in President's Office, Zanzibar, for overseeing the preparation for and the actual hosting of this conference. By the same token, I wish to thank the Tanzania Social Security Association, which is made up of NSSF, PSSF, NHIF, WCF, ZSSF, and ZHSF, for their role in the preparation of this conference. Congratulations to you all. Distinguished delegates, besides, I extend my gratitude to the distinguished delegates from within and outside Tanzania for attending this important conference. Your attendance is in such a big number has once again demonstrated the importance you attach to the African social security sector, especially the vital important role it plays in providing crucial social safety nets to the millions of our people, and some of them we are here in this room. I have been informed that this conference has been a resounding success. Over the last 2 days, you have had robust and constructive deliberations on all the agenda's items, and you are able to accomplish the conference objectives. Distinguished delegates, social security is a broader term, as it involves things done to protect people, families, communities, or countries from dangers, due to the fact that the wave of global changes is moving faster in a supersonic speed with the subtler multi-dimension structures across the world. We, through you, the social protection policymakers, need also the immediate joint global responses so as to secure our people. We need to have broader perception on the concept of social security by focusing also on aspects of life so as to protect our people immediately from dangers of painful cost of living, inequality, corruption, disappointments, prejudices, illegal attempts, levels of crime, and huge gaps between those who are better off and those who are far more underprivileged or underserved. Distinguished delegates, I am pleased to hear that this conference has culminated into the adoption of various resolutions that will facilitate the implementation of the missions of African Social Security funds, to join forces in mobilizing financial resources to participate in investment in the construction of infrastructure and social services, and to connect people, countries, and regions of Africa, as well as to grow the economy, create jobs, reduce poverty, improve the lives of people, and increase the value of the funds from the investments that will be made. To this effect, a thorough investment assessment should be continuously done so as not to affect, among other things, the core mandate and responsibility of the funds. Distinguished delegates, I hope that all ASS member states will be ready to support these efforts by removing or reducing any obstacles and challenges that may hinder these good plans. I particularly call upon the Tanzania Social Security Funds, through the Tanzania Social Security Funds Association, to continue providing necessary support to enable the African Social Security Funds Association to carry out its responsibilities effectively and to achieve its objectives, considering that we are the hosts of this association. Furthermore, with various efforts being taken by African countries to improve the social security sector, it is important to continue to fully utilize the African Social Security Funds Association in connecting all African countries to exchange experiences and expertise on social security issues, especially by looking on all areas of deficiencies, to find solutions for the benefit of African social security sector so that we can achieve the goals of the African Union Social Agenda, African Social Agenda 2063, in this regard. I would like to urge this association to prepare a comprehensive strategy for its implementation. Distinguished delegates, considering the importance and relevance of this association, and especially since it represents various funds from the African continent, the government will work closely with the African Association of Social Security Funds to facilitate the implementation of the planned objectives, including the construction of the association headquarters in Arusha, which can be used as an economic investment so that to increase the association income, considering that Arusha is a fast-growing business and economic hub in the region. Distinguished delegates, at this juncture, allow me to highlight few issues worth underscoring. First, it is my expectation that you will all live here determined to live up to the implementation of the action plan in respect of the conference resolutions and decisions that you have adopted in this conference. It has been said many times that Africa has so many good plans, but it always fails short when it comes to implementation. So you should resolve to fully implement all that has been agreed and adopted in this conference. Second, in dealing with and resisting with the better future of the African social protection and our social security fund, as policymakers have to keep emphasis and be exemplary in observing the principles of accountability, transparency, responsibility, and the sense of utility. And third, I wish to echo the call by His Excellency Dr. Philip Isidori Mpango, while opening this conference, by imploring you to step up the efforts aimed at expanding the ASSA membership to cover the whole of Africa in line with the objectives of this association. Fourth, I request the participants of this conference to make good use of 12th July 2025 to visit Ngorongoro Tourism Basin, to witness the tourist attraction in Tanzania, and to promote them in other areas within and outside African countries. And fifth, as I told you before, you are very much welcome by His Excellency President of Zanzibar to Zanzibar, and Minister Sada has also taken this opportunity to extend that welcome to Zanzibar. Please don't miss that opportunity. As I told you, this is the best time to be in Zanzibar. Distinguished delegates, in conclusion, let me once again congratulate all of you involved in the preparation and holding of this conference for a very successful conference. Distinguished delegates, with these few remarks, it is now my honor and privilege to declare that the 14th African Social Security Policymakers Conference has been officially closed. I wish you all the best, as well as safe travels back home, and I thank you for your attention. Asante sana.
Let's accord the guest of honor a big round of applause for the closing remarks. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, allow us to have a couple of photos in remembrance of these special occasions. Can I request delegates to kindly take your seats? Can I request members of the high table to kindly join the guest of honor at the front? I will be calling the groups as we did yesterday. We shall come through the right-hand side and exit through where I am. This will be your exit. The groups will be as of those from yesterday. To begin with, can I call upon onto the stage all the ministers present and those representing the ministers from their respective country. We had Zambia, we had Comoros, we had Zimbabwe. Can I call the ministers to please? High table, please sit. Kindly take your seat. Thank you very much. Those representing the respective ministers to kindly join the high table for the first photo, which will then be followed by permanent secretaries, deputy permanent secretaries, board chairpersons, as well as members of the respective boards from across the continent. Brass band, number background. Thank you very much, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers. May I call upon respective chairs of the boards, as well as the members of the board from across the continent. This will be followed by the standing committee. We shall come through the left hand and exit through the right hand, please. Kamati ya usalama mkijiandaa. Kamati ya ulinzi na usalama mkoa, kuu mkoa mkijiandaa. Niombe kuu mkoa. We shall exit through the left-hand side, come through the left-hand side. May I also call the Honorable District Commissioners to please come with. Acting RAS, the District Commissioners, dead. Director Generals from the respective countries, please prepare for the next photo. Director Generals from respective countries. Director Generals, please come onto the stage. You go through the right-hand side and exit through the left-hand side. Nawashukuru sana viongozi wa mkoa. Standing committee, please prepare. Standing committee, please prepare. Thank you very much. You exit through your left-hand side as I call upon standing committee. Religious leaders will be next. Standing committee will be followed by the religious leaders, while speakers and presenters you prepare. Thank you very much. Exit through your left-hand side. Standing committee, round 2. Msiende na mabegi haya. Thank you very much, Standing Committee. Our religious leaders, speakers and presenters. Speakers and presenters, please prepare. After speakers and presenters will be the organizing committee, and that will be the final photo. Asante viongozi wetu wa dini, niwalete sasa all the speakers and presenters, while the final photo organizing committee you prepare. All the speakers and presenters. Asante sana. Niwalete viongozi wa mkoa, maded, madas, na mwisho kamati ya maandalizi. Organizing committee will take the final photo. Viongozi na uongozi wa mkoa wa Arusha, tunaendelea kuwashukuru kwa ukarimu wenu. Asanteni sana. Kamati ya maandalizi will be the final photo. Organizing committee will take the final photo now. Organizing committee. Asanteni sana. Uongozi wa mkoa, tunashukuru. Can I call upon the organizing committee to take the final photo? Naomba tuchangamke kamati ya maandalizi. Tumemaliza. Tena hapa nafikiria nimpishe. Asanteni sana kamati ya maandalizi. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to the organizing committee for a job well done. May I request all of us now to please stand up so we can allow the guest of honor to take his leave. Brass bench, naomba tumsindikize sasa mgeni rasmi. Thank you so much, Brassman. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the 14th Africa Social Protection Policymakers Conference has officially been concluded. We will now proceed for lunch, and I wish all of you, as it's been extended, journey mercies back to our respective countries. Thank you very much. Let's convene again next time. Lunch, as it was handed yesterday, VIPs will do lunch right behind me, and the rest of us, we shall take our lunch at the Nyasa Hall. Thank you very much, and journey mercies back to your respective countries. Those going to Ngoro
infrastructure development is
bless all